Core blimey misses, if it isn't episode 90 of the Lookout Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcast. My name is Dan, and it's that bit at the beginning of the show where I go through the motions and introduce my good buddy Phil. How's it going, Philip?
Hello. Good afternoon, good evening, good night.
I thought you were going to break into that Sound of Music ditty where the, kids are marched off to bed while, singing about the whole experience.
I may well have.
You might well have. Was that what the intended, sequence of events was there?
I mean, let's pretend it was.
Fantastic. That is always the best methodology. When at first you don't succeed, pretend that you did and deny all knowledge.
Exactly.
It's a beautiful way to behave. Hey, in the topic of beautiful way to behave, I heard that Games Workshop are upsetting people because they told people they can't use 3D printed miniatures. What's your opinion on that, Phil?
Oof, I mean, that could be a topic in and of itself, or maybe next week when we.
Are you going to tease that for a next week episode rather than just quickly addressing it here in the intro?
I mean, quickly addressing it. Well, it's only a problem if you go to Warhammer World or Games Workshop official events. So, for us, we're in the UK, we're kind of used to that kind of stipulation going to Warhammer World. If you're American, for example, and you really want to go to these new Games Workshop events, then you've just got to build an army or take an army built with those rules in mind. If you've got armies that pre-exist that you can't take, then unfortunately, you'll have to change them slightly or just start a brand new army, which is, everyone needs an excuse to start a new army, don't they?
Exactly. And what new army might they start after attempting to listen to this rather lengthy episode? Although it's not probably that much longer. It depends how long we do this bit and the outro. But what might they want to collect after they listen to this podcast?
Well, it's the Adepta Sororitas, which weirdly I only realised when I was making the thumbnail artwork for this week that I always assumed it's Adeptus. Like Adeptus Mechanicus.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Adeptus Astartes. But it's not. It's Adepta. It's very subtly different, and I don't know why. And it's bugging.
Maybe
me.
It's a typo.
Might be.
But we're too far gone now. We have to stick with it. It's just one of those mistakes that we're just gonna let roll. Not that we have any authority or power over the naming conventions of Warhammer 40,000 armies, but just is what it is, isn't it?
Well, I mean, that it could be something to do with like, gendered language. How in French you have masculine, feminine versions of the same word. Maybe it's something along those lines, but I don't know.
Well, there you go. What would the French way be to say 5-star review, Phil?
Le 5-star review.
Brilliant.
Oh,
racist, essentially.
I mean, if you sprung that one on me. I can normally do a better fake French accent, but
really,
just,
all right. We're just gonna have to.
Let's just pretend that's what happens.
All right.
Hang on a second. What is this? Some kind of review? A 5-star review? Well, let's get into the nitty gritty of this Warhammer 5-star review.
This week's 5-star review comes from where, Phil?
Apple Podcasts of Great Britain.
No, Philip. This week's 5-star review comes from Apple Podcasts of the United States of America.
Yeah,
we've made it.
Woo.
We have arrived, like the Beatles, who many years ago laid the foundations for British.
Conquest.
I can't really call us a pop
American
act,
conquest,
as it were. Yeah, the American conquest of British
I'm pretty sure
entertainment.
I'm pretty sure we make this joke every time we get a review from America.
I don't think we do necessarily. Well, maybe we do. I mean, it happens so rarely. I guess it becomes one of those things that I can't remember. And the fact of the matter is I've only built up a certain level of experience over my many years of life that ultimately default to certain responses to certain scenarios. My brain is trained in a certain way to respond more or less the same every time. So I'm limited by my programming.
If we're the Beatles, which one of us is Paul and which one of us is John?
Oh, there's a question. I don't know. I feel like that's something that that
fans
only
can
our
answer.
audience could decide. Yeah,
That's
exactly. I mean, which one would you prefer to be though in that scenario? Would you want to be Paul with the longevity and the, ongoing career success and a
That's
messy divorce?
Still milking it out to this day, or the one
Well, exactly.
that is 6 feet under.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it depends though, right? Because I mean, it seemed like a fabulous life for both individuals, I suppose. I don't know. Again, I have to be honest, as heretical as it is, I know of the Beatles and I know quite a lot of their songs because they're hardwired into, pop culture within British society. But I haven't really extensively researched the band and or the associated archetypes of the players within. Thus, I can't accurately assert which one I might be and why I might want to be that one.
Are you the one that steals all the credit but doesn't do any of the hard work?
Well, I doubt that's true because I feel like I do a lot of the hard work around here, old muggins. But then at the same time, I don't do any of the social media. I feel like the spread of work is quite evenly split here.
Of course. Yeah, that is what Paul would say.
Oh, is that how it is? Oh dear,
maybe.
I like to think of us more as the Chuckle Brothers, in which case I would be Barry Chuckle.
Is that the one that's the really old one, or the one that turns out to be like the son of the other one?
Hang on, you're having me on here. What, the Chuckle Brothers are actually a father-son act?
I'm pretty sure they are.
Are you not getting them confused with Stavros Flatley?
No, because I don't know who that is. No, I'm pretty sure it was like it turned out that they're actually a father-son duo.
Blimey, I don't think that's even remotely true.
We'll look it up afterwards.
Which one? We will. Which one of us is Bodger and which one of us is Badger?
I think
I'm definitely Badger. Surely,
yeah,
I'm a mashed potato man. Then, and you're the guy that fixes things.
Anyway, I think we've deviated off.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's a potential there. But this 5-star review comes from Daystsr or Daystsr, depending on how it kind of breaks down, or maybe it is Daystsr. Whatever the case, it's a series of letters that denote this individual's identity. And they say, crumping good. Best, the best this is. I assume this is some kind of orc-style linguistics that this individual has adopted. Quality words clearly inspired by Mork. There you go. I'm trying my very best to kind of get into character. Or possibly Gork. Great to listen to when sharpening your chatter. And that was a 5-star review from a lovely individual.
It became a bit
of
a
West Country farmer.
West Country org, yeah.
Yeah, well, mate, I can't, my origins are relatively well established at this point. Unfortunately, as I herald from the land of, of farms and incest, this is where my voice defaults to. We can't all be born in, the high society, such as yourself, with your regal silver spoon accent, the Queen's English and what have you.
No, what? Yes.
No, what? I imagine your orc would have a much more kind of regal tone to it. And good thing too, maybe you'd be a flash git, essentially.
Oh, yes. Yeah, of course.
That's how that works. Anyway, look, honestly, all joking aside, and apologies for butchering the accent, but yeah, thank you very much for the 5-star review. It's obviously hugely appreciated. And if you would like to be like Daystsr Star or Star, anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm getting more West Country as the podcast goes on. If you would like to be like this individual, please consider leaving us a 5-star review. And at some point in the future, we'll call you out. And, if you try and do it in the words of an orc, I will grace you again with terrible West Country orc accents. Such is my want. Phil, why don't you say thank you, and then we'll get on to the show.
Oh, that's well good. That is. You done Gork and Mork. Yeah, be proud. Yeah. Collect them teeth. Get your shooters. Load them up. Cuddle those squigs. And well done on that 5-star review.
Yours definitely has more of, I suppose, of an East London vibe to it, I suppose, which again kind of goes towards you're West London, aren't you? You're not East London. Don't be absurd.
Oh, how dare you? Go that far.
Anyway, there we go. Thank you so much for the 5-star review. It's really appreciated. That's about as much as we probably need to say. Should we transition?
Indeed.
All right. Transitional noise. Woo! Welcome back, everyone. In this part of the podcast, we're going to be talking about the Adeptus Sororitas, the Sisters of Battle, and their corresponding literature or codex, potentially. Joining us in this segment is our quizmaster extraordinaire, the master and most knowledgeable individual when it comes to nuns with guns. It's good buddy Richie. How's it going?
Hey, Dan. Very excited to be here. I don't know how knowledgeable I am. I'll do my best.
Oh, there you go.
I've got the book, and I've read the book, and I've got the shiny book. I splashed out.
I've got the shiny book.
I splashed out to get the super shiny book, and I got there in the first 10 minutes before it was sold out.
You're not going to be flipping that on eBay?
Why would I flip it on eBay? I'm in this.
Isn't that what they do? Isn't that what people who buy the super limited edition stuff is all about? They're there to scalp the others.
I mean, I didn't get the memo about that. I just wanted it because I like the previous codex, and I wanted to get the limited edition of this one. I've only got 2 limited edition codexes, and they're both actually 3.
Ooh.
4, maybe 4. So, well, at least this because I've got the limited edition codex for Sisters of Battle. Well, no, not the Sisters, the Adepta Sororitas.
Yeah,
I had the same for 8th, but I think in 8th I also got the limited edition Space Marine one before they replaced it.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. Also got 1,000 Suns, wasn't it?
I did. One of you guys picked up the 1,000 Suns one while I was in America, and I've still got that because it's got some awesome little coins in it that I should use more often. But the problem is you don't know which number is which. Well, actually, no, numbered objectives aren't a thing anymore, so I could use them.
You could do, mate. You could do. Now's the time, just in time for when eventually more 1,000 Suns will be coming around the corner, eh?
It's very exciting. I've still got them. Not just the Blue Meanies, all the other 1,000 Suns that I think I bought off Joe at some point.
Yeah, mate, I'm excited to see him return to the tabletop. You're going to be power gaming like a pro.
Well, one army at a time. I've got to get my Sisters of Battle assembled and painted first.
Oh, exciting, mate. Exciting. Also, Phil's here, aren't you, Phil?
I am indeed.
You bought the Adepta Sororitas book, right?
I did. I bought not 1, I bought 2.
Did you buy 2 or did you somehow madly receive 2?
Well, I am now in the possession of 2. I bought 1, it was damaged, and they sent me another one. So I have a spare codex floating around, which, as we were just discussing beforehand, I think I'll do a little giveaway on our Lookouts Instagram if someone wants a very slightly damaged copy of the codex. But obviously, I feel like the code still works. I mean,
maybe not very slightly damaged enough that they sent you a replacement.
Well, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, how much you might want to, when you post this, you might want to make sure to leave a detailed kind of like description of the damage. Do some close-up photography. Yeah. It's outside of its cellophane wrap as well, I assume.
Well, it is. Yeah. Because I needed to actually read it as prep work for the podcast because obviously the other one was in the post at the time.
That is true.
So yeah, it's been used slightly as well.
It's been gently thumbed by Phil.
Exactly. Yeah, as we speak.
Oh, are you rubbing it right now?
Yeah. Yes.
There you go. I mean, that's an incentive in and of itself, and the code works as well. You're saying.
Oh, well, yeah, because obviously I've not used that.
You presume it works anyway. You haven't entered it yourself, but you assume no one else will have.
Well, no one else would have.
Well, there you go. You accept no liability if the code doesn't work.
Yes, Dan.
I'm just trying to cover you here, Phil. You never can be too sure. We've never done a giveaway before.
That's true. Yeah.
There's probably a good reason for that, just based on this conversation. But there you go. Exciting. Our first ever giveaway. We're tryharding now. What are we going to ask for in return, or is that going to be determined by the post later?
We'll sort that out later. Probably a low bar for entry.
Low bar for entry. Fair enough.
So you have to like, retweet, tag 5 friends.
We don't have Twitter. I don't think.
I mean, if it was an undamaged copy, yeah, fair enough. But I think for one that's just damaged, just put your name on a post and I'll randomly pick one if there's
Okay.
more than one person that is interested.
Okay, random picking is the way forward. Could we not ask them to write a poem about how they might go about repairing the mild damage?
Shall I just let you do this then?
No. I'm enjoying the creative process with you, and I enjoy how much it rattles you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make it.
It sounds like too much hard work for people.
Yeah, it does sound like too much hard work. That's why I'm throwing it your way, because I know I'm not going to have to deal with it.
Fair enough.
Exactly. Anyway, there you go. So if you would like to win a copy of, or not win, receive via some form of gifting process, a copy of the Adepta Sororitas Codex, I guess you can check out our Instagram, where Phil will post about that on the day of the release of this podcast, I assume, Phil?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, okay. So there we go. Saturday, the 19th of June, 2021. Check it out. Anyway, right, we're going to talk about the Adepta Sororitas. Richie's here because he is our resident expert on the topic. Myself and Phil have the books, or rather the same book, although not the same, because obviously it's different copies of the same literature. The point is we all have copies of the book, and we're going to go through it, and we're going to, discuss what we think of the Adepta Sororitas. The general prevailing sentiment of the internet is they is all right, but maybe not quite as crazy as Drakari, although, again, early doors, right? I mean, Rich, you're a man with his ear to the ground on these sorts of things. How's the general mood been for the Adepta Sororitas?
I think it depends who you ask. They've either been nerfed, so they're completely unplayable, or they're totally overpowered, depending on who you're asking and which model they're referring to.
Brilliant. There we go. It's clear as mud. That's how we like it here. Right. Anyway, that obviously didn't work. I thought Phil was going to chime in. He was getting close to his mute button, but he gave me nothing.
No. I thought it was well said.
This is why we've mostly abandoned the 3-person format, right, Phil? Because it's no one knows what to say.
Well, it's because you're out of practice of how to do it.
That is true. We've lost our ways. Anyway, right, we're going to talk about the rules. Unsurprisingly, for those who listen along usually to us talking about codexes, we won't be dabbling with Crusade rules today. Maybe at some point in the far-flung future, we might talk about the Crusade rules held within this book, but that will not be happening today. Unless, of course, Phil, you have any particular highlights that you want to bring to our attention about the Crusade stuff off the bat?
No, not this time. I basically didn't bother looking at it because I know you wouldn't let me talk about it anyway.
And then this is the one time I offer you an opportunity. You're like, dang it! If only I'd known. I could have had something prepared.
Exactly.
I assume
I'll just speculate and say it looks really good, even though I've not looked, but they always do.
They always look real good. I assume you become more pious as you go along, get more emperor in you. All right, cool. So first things first, we're going to talk through the detachment abilities on page 57. And then we are going to move over to talking about, the miracle dice system, basically all the kind of core mechanics that come into this book. What's always interesting to me, and I know we've kind of talked about this in previous episodes, the layout of this book is really unhelpful because it goes straight from detachment abilities, the orders militant, straight into, the orders themselves, essentially. And then it feels a bit strange because they reference abilities or reference, stuff that you have access to without having actually kind of delivered you that information, in a kind of cohesive, chronological way. But regardless of, Games Workshop's questionable book layouts, we're going to get into that. So it won't surprise anyone to know that an Adepta Sororitas troop choice, if it is within a battle-forged detachment, gains access to the ability to secure objectives via Objective Secure. So, again, pretty normal stuff. They've got Decree passive. You can include a maximum of 1 Canoness model and 1 Missionary model in this detachment. You cannot include more Cult Imperialis priests in this detachment than there are Adepta Sororita character units in this detachment. So much like many other books now, you can't just go and chuck loads and loads of captains into your detachment. It is not permittable. Rich, does that cause any problems that you can think of? Is this like the Death Guard where you want to use a Demon Prince but you can't?
I don't think it does. I think in the past you would have wanted to be running multiple canonesses and trick them all out. But there's so many character choices now, and especially lots of really, really good special characters that you're going to be fighting over HQ slots as it is. So I think it's a good change, especially as there's some of the new blessings of the faithful that you can do to basically really buff those characters anyway. So I think it's a good change.
Good times. And then Order Convictions. All Adepta Sororitas units with this ability and all models in them gain an Order Conviction so long as every unit in their detachment that is from the Order is from the same Order. The conviction gain depends upon which order they form, shown on the following pages. So basically, chapter tactics. If your order does not have an associated order conviction, you can customize said convictions using the more kind of, custom conviction rules. And then beyond that, we get into all of the kind of literature that explains the orders. But before we get into that, we're going to skip along. Where are we going now? Page 90 something or other, right?
Yeah, page 90, 91 and beyond.
90, 91 and beyond to talk about order keywords, war gear, weapon list, abilities. I suppose it's really just going to be abilities as opposed to order keywords, and just get into that. So Acts of Faith, Shields of Faith, Zealots, all that good stuff. Rich, come on, tell us about the Shield of Faith, mate.
Shield of Faith is a slight tweak from previously. As before, it gives all models which have the Shield of Faith a 6+ invulnerable save. Always good to have in a clutch. And it also gives you a deny the witch ability. So you can basically every model with the Shield of Faith can deny a psychic power as if it was a psyker. However, it can only do it on 1d6 as opposed to 2d6. The neat little trick they've given it now, though, is that if you roll an unmodified 6, or if the model is greater, then you automatically deny the witch. So basically, it's an unmodified 6+, denies any psychic power as long as they're within 24 inches. Or was it 12? Is it denied 12 or 24?
Deny is 24. Sorry, Phil.
Yeah,
I think you said the same, right?
Yeah. I was just going to chip in and say one of the orders actually buffs this to a 5-up unmodified.
No way, 5-up.
Well, no, that's a sacred right, Phil.
Oh, a sacred.
Oh, is it sacred right? Oh, okay.
Yeah, sacred right. But that is. Yeah,
we get to that shortly then.
We'll get onto that shortly. But yes, it basically means on a 6-up you can deny any psychic power, and as Phil has teased, you can also make that a 5-up to deny any psychic power, which will be incredibly powerful against certain armies you come up against.
Yeah, because they don't have any psychers of their own, do they? So
no,
the ability to be able to deny slightly or to buff it is pretty good.
You can still add Inquisition to their army, though, right? So you could still take an Inquisitor in there if you wanted to, but natively the book doesn't come with any psychers, right?
Yeah,
correct.
That's right. They've got priests which have the Warhammer abilities, and which is sort of similar, more like to chaplains though than psychers.
I mean, being able to nullify any psychic power on just a flat 6 is, it's really good. I mean, again, sure, it won't happen all the time, but guaranteed the time where you don't want it to happen is definitely the time that it will, because that's just the nature of the beast. But yeah, I think, all things being equal, that sounds actually really strong. And it's a nice addition, right? Because obviously before you could deny the witch on 1 dice, but obviously if the guy you're trying to deny had rolled a 7 or greater, then there was just absolutely nothing you could do. In fact, actually, if they'd rolled a 6 or greater, there's nothing you could do because equaling it wasn't going to make any difference. So yeah, no, interesting change to that for sure. You've got the Zealot ability, which I may as well read since I'm doing that just now. Each time a model in this unit makes a melee attack, if this unit made a charge move, was charged, or performed a heroic intervention this turn, you can re-roll that attack's hit rolls. So again, the ability to re-roll your hits when charging, are charged, or were heroically intervening. Obviously, not all Sisters units gain access to this, but the ones that do are going to be hitting rather well. which is all really good. But the main ability, the meat and potatoes of this series of abilities will be the Axe of Faith, which, seeing as he hasn't read any of them yet, we may as well ask Phil to explain.
No, you're giving me the hard one. Okay, I'll try and summarize
I'll give it a go if you don't.
No, I'll give it a go, and you can correct me when I mess it up, no doubt.
There we go. Here it comes.
Faith, I'll read verbatim the first bit, which is, once per phase, one unit from your army with this ability can perform one act of faith. To do so, you will use miracle dice, and then it talks about gaining miracle dice. So if every army in your unit is Adepta Sororitas, excluding things like Agents of the Imperium, then at the start of each battle round, you can gain one miracle dice. And at the end of the phase in which any of the following conditions were met, you gain one miracle dice. So there's Vengeance, which is any Adepta Sororitas unit from your army destroys one or more enemy units, or Sacrifice, which is any Adepta Sororitas character units from your army are destroyed. Basically, when you get a miracle dice, are you chipping in already with a mistake?
No, it wasn't going to. I mean, you did make one, but I think everyone heard it, so I'm not going to refer to that one. Well, that was the every army in your unit, you said, but never mind.
Oh my God, look at that. Razor sharp ears of Richie there.
No,
he's not allowed back on.
Yeah, exactly. This
no,
outrageous.
Sorry.
Outrageous.
All I wanted, I thought it would be that was an appropriate moment to mention how it's a slight change from the previous codex.
Go on then.
Because now, as you said, you get Vengeance and Sacrifice. Those existed before. They still exist now. There were two other ways you could gain miracle dice before, which have been removed. One of them was if you passed a morale test on a 1, you would gain a miracle dice, and the other was if you successfully denied a witch roll on a 6, you would also gain a miracle dice. They have removed both of those options from the way you can gain your miracle dice now. So there's only really the two ways primarily.
I think for me that's really helpful because one, it helps to streamline some of the bookkeeping elements of the rule, but also, if I remember correctly, there were stipulations to those abilities where you couldn't use a miracle dice to gain a miracle dice. So essentially, if you'd used the miracle dice to deny on a 6, you wouldn't then in turn be able to gain a miracle dice from using said miracle dice. Was that correct, Rich?
That is correct, but we'll come on. Phil will come on to that in the active phase. But as a minus, where you can no longer use miracle dice to deny the witch anyway.
Yes, so, that's correct. Yeah,
which I think is good. Now that a flat 6 will automatically deny, I think it's good they've made that change.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's also worth highlighting that this is the super doctrine for the Adepta Sororitas. This is if everything in your army is Adepta Sororitas, you get this. So if you added in a detachment of Scions or some Space Marines or Custodes, the Acts of Faith are lost, which is definitely a pretty reasonable incentive to take a pure Adepta Sororities list. But anyway, please, Phil, carry on.
Which is new because it didn't used to be that way. It used to just be any sister. If you had any units of sisters, you could do it.
Yeah. So when you get miracle dice, you basically get to roll that dice. It becomes that number. You get to set it aside. So if you roll a 5, you've got this number 5 that you can use and basically substitute for another dice roll before you make that dice roll. So when you perform an act of faith, I'm going to summarize this. You basically before you get to do one of the following things: make an advance roll, charge roll, hit roll, wound roll, saving throw, damage roll, and morale test. You get to use one of your miracle dice instead if you want. So you, as far as I'm aware, you pick the miracle dice first. You don't roll, get to see what the result is, and then swap it out.
Yeah, correct.
Is that right?
So there's
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, it's totally correct, mate.
Cool. Interestingly, you can still do it for morale tests. For some reason, I thought that was taken off.
No, you can.
There's a reason still keeping those ones will still be useful.
Yeah, you can still use it for morale tests. What are the limitations, Rich, for the amount of miracle dice you can use in a phase or a turn? Are there any limitations, or can you use all of them if you've got them?
So you can use them. You can perform an act of faith once per phase.
Yes. Okay. Unless, of course, you've got an ability that allows you to do more like the Triumph of St. Catherine used to, right?
Yeah, and then there's the Simularum, I can never pronounce it. The little banner thing that every young unit gets to have, which it costs you 5 points. That enables you to roll an additional dice outside of the limitations.
Gotcha.
But you can also roll. You can use 2 dice. It's per dice roll you do. So if you fire a gun, or you hit someone with a sword, or you want to wound, you can use a miracle dice instead of rolling. If the roll requires 2 dice, e.g., charge roll, you can use 2 miracle dice to guarantee. So if you need to get a 7 and you had a 4 and a 3, you can guarantee that 7 by using the 4 and the 3.
Yeah, and they do clarify. So say if you use one of the dice for your charge roll, and then you spend a CP to re-roll your charge roll, you still keep that miracle dice and you just re-roll the other one.
Well, that's nice and good of them to include examples and kind of clear that up. I mean, my experience of playing old Adepta Sororitas is that they amassed miracle dice like crazy. And honestly, it gets quite difficult to kind of maintain in terms of understanding, where all these dice are coming from and when they can and can't use them, because they've got so many like abilities and things that, break the cycle as it is established. But yeah, typically speaking, they just seem to be able to use them all day long, and obviously having it's the incredible thing. It's such an incredible mechanic, because having even a 1 or a 2 guaranteed 1 or 2 roll, that is invaluable. Even your 3s and your 4s have a place depending on certain scenarios when you need to make that specific invuln save, or you don't want to. Again, it's really, really interesting. And again, obviously, the other thing that the miracle dice don't affect is explode results. So you can't, make something explode on a 6, or you can't deny it from exploding by using a 4 or a 5 or whatever have you. So yeah, much like you can't re-roll an explode result, you still also can't use miracle dice to shenanigans it either. There are obviously other things that you can't use miracle dice for, but that one's always an interesting example, I find. So there you go. The miracle dice system. Interesting. I think we all kind of intimately understand how that works through years of playing 40k, but I don't know, Phil, is there anything extra you wanted to add on that? Or Richie, anything you want to say about that?
In terms of my experience of it, playing games, I played a game locally in Oxford, it's probably like 2 years now, or a year and a half at least, if not more. But yeah, he seems to amass an amount of miracle dices that all seem to have 5s and 6s on them, and would just constantly use them for the damage roll. So you could easily nuke vehicles or characters, for example, with those melter weapons. So yeah, it was a painful experience. But that seems the way to go about doing it. So sensible.
It would be nice if they didn't allow it to work on damage rolls. I feel like damage rolls is probably, if they could have removed anything, damage rolls would have been a good thing to change in the name of balance. But again, depends how many miracle dice you're accumulating and yeah, the overall kind of balance of the army. So yeah, situational, I would say. But Rich, you happy with the changes to it? You think this is you're definitely going to be sticking with pure Adepta Sororitas? You're not going to be tempted to throw anything else in there based on losing out on this?
No, there's no reason why you would want to lose out on your key abilities. They're too good there. One thing, and you might want to cut this out, I might say, just in case it's more of a query. You're just saying you can't use a miracle dice to use an exploding result?
Yes.
Where did you read that?
Well, so specifically, there is a list here of things that you can use, right? So you can use advance rolls, charge rolls, hit rolls, wound rolls, saving throws, damage rolls, and morale tests. Those are the only things.
Oh, sorry. Okay, right. No, I thought you meant as in like an exploding 6 to hit.
Oh no, sorry, no.
Yeah.
Yes. So within the weird board gaming terminology of exploding 6, meaning that a 6 gives you an additional hit or an additional dice roll, yes, obviously that would apply. But if a vehicle was to explode as a result of you rolling a 6.
We can cut all that out.
We won't cut that out. We'll leave that in. But
well, the thing they do clarify, they do explicitly say that a miracle dice isn't a modified dice roll. So if you would use your miracle dice 6 on like to hit, and your to hit gives you exploding 6s to get like more shots, then it does count. It does say explicitly that it's not counted as a modified dice. It is an unmodified roll.
Yeah, which is an important clarification again. So it's actually good that you asked the question, Rich, because I'm sure many other people who were listening to me talking about explosions may have come to the same conclusion. So good for clarity's sake. So should we talk about the orders? I hear.
No, we should go. We should go one page further.
Sacred rights.
We should go on
sacred rights.
So sacred rights are datasheet abilities, or it's an ability on datasheets, specifically, basically any kind of battle sister type person. So not the militant side of the book. There's your two factions.
Can I express some mild graphic design frustration at this page?
Because all the boxes are different sizes.
It's not about the fact the boxes are different sizes. It's the fact that the 3 box and the 6 box do not level out at the bottom. That's the weirdness of it. Like, could they not have squared it? You know, what's going on there?
That is a bit unnecessary when you put it out.
Yeah, like you could have just added an extra word, like just literally one extra word, and then it would have been, I'm sure they could have added even an accidental and somewhere would have done the job.
Well, if you get a single word though, that's called a widow, and that's a copy editor's no. So
is that
2 words to be correct?
So while the sacred right is active, you can ignore any or all modifiers to this unit's leadership characteristic.
Well, you're reading the 6th one now. We've got to.
I was trying to work out if I could add more words to it somehow. Anyway, there you go. Mild frustration there. I'm surprised that doesn't eat away at you, Phil. Maybe it does.
No, it's fine.
Oh, it's fine. You know, life goes on. All right, fine. Tell me about sacred rights. I've never heard of them.
I can do that for you then?
Yeah, go on.
Please, elaborate.
So another kind of super doctrine type thing, if you will, is the sacred rights, which make a return from the previous codex. And this time, and there are 6 of them. You can either choose one, or you can roll 2d6 and you'll get the 2 you get. As a slight change to some other books, and definitely from the past, when you roll the 2 dice to pick to get 2 of them, you keep rolling 2 dice until you get 2 separate ones. So what was kind of bad in the previous book is if you roll 2 dice and you say you got a double 1, you only get 1 sacred right, which was dumb. But now you keep rolling the 2 dice until you get 2 different options, and then you get to have both of them.
That's quite good because it stops you from. Well, actually, no, if they're the same, because it saves you from going, I'll keep that one and then re-roll and get a different one.
Yeah, so if you really wanted, say, 1 and 2, and you rolled a 1 and you rolled a double 2, sorry, you don't get to keep either. You can't keep one, then you got to keep rolling. But so you'll probably choose one of these, I would say, if there's one you specifically wanted. But what is important is you choose this after you've determined the mission. So it's after you've built your army. Effectively, once you see who your opponent is, you can then choose what your sacred right is.
That's interesting. So you do have a little bit of list tailoring in there, potentially.
The way it's written at this time, and unless that gets changed or FAQ'd at some point, when it comes to competitive play, it definitely appears at the minute that once you see your opponent, then you get to choose your sacred right.
Yeah. I mean, unless, of course, they change... because again, it used to be, didn't it, with certain tournaments that they added the stipulation that you needed to put everything exactly as you wanted it in your army list. But obviously, the way Games Workshop write these rules now, when it comes to the match play side of things, anyway, is it's very much intended for match play purposes. So if they expressly write a rule this way, it usually is expressly intended to be like that. But then at the same point, I'm getting into the nebulous world of rules as written versus rules as intended, which is a horrid quagmire that I need not dive into any further.
No, let us avoid that, and let us instead talk about the 6 sacred rights that are available.
Please.
The sacred right number 1, which is Hand of the Emperor. While this sacred right is active, you add 1 to advance rolls and charge rolls made for this unit. and that will apply to
that
every...
is good.
Yeah, that's pretty solid.
It's a solid start.
If you're an army which needs to advance a lot or charge a lot or both, then that's a good solid one. Adding one to all your dice rolls.
They do throw that around a lot these days. There's a lot of access to adding one to advances and charges in the rule set nowadays.
Historically, that one wasn't as popular as you'd think, mostly because of there's another Sacred Rite that was historically proved more popular with the established meta, as it were, at the time. Okay, now number 2, Sacred Rite No. 2, Spirit of the Martyr. And while this Sacred Rite is active, each time a model in this unit is destroyed by a melee attack and does not explode, you roll 1d6, and on a 6, after that attacking model's unit has finished making its attacks, it suffers 1 mortal wound, and a unit can suffer a maximum of 6 mortal wounds per phase as a result of this ability.
I like this one.
This is very new. There was a Spirit of the Martyr in the previous book, but it was much more. It was a 4+. I think it was when you die, when the unit was destroyed on a model was destroyed on a 4+, it could perform an action like shoot or to make a melee attack. They've now changed it so when you're in combat, you have the option to unleash approximately 6 mortal wounds when you're in combat. So pretty good if you're going to have a kind of a horde approach. If you want horde and melee, that could be pretty handy, pretty tasty. Phil,
I was going to say
excited.
it would have to be a rather large unit, or you would have to be rolling very hot to get the maximum 6 more wounds out of this.
Sisters of Repentia, for example, get Sacred Rites. Sadly, Archoflagellants don't. But yeah, I'm just trying to think of close combat units. They're definitely ones that you'd, if you're rocking lots of, would be quite useful.
I mean, now you can run 20 woman units of regular battle sisters now, so that is one way of trying to proc that.
That's true.
Were they normally maxed out at 10?
Yeah,
I believe they were maxed out at 15 before. I think it was.
Oh, was it?
I think it was, it might have been 10 or 15. I know it definitely wasn't 20.
Well, I mean, 20 women units are. I mean, it's pretty. The 20 body units are always like they're becoming more bothersome and potentially more prevalent. I feel because fair enough, blast weapons might give them a bit of a bad time, but with the way that everyone's playing terrain now and the way that for some reason very few blast weapons seem to be able to ignore line of sight these days, big 20-person units is pretty viable. But yeah, no, I don't know. I like the sound of it. It's wouldn't be my pick, but I mean it's interesting.
It isn't. I'm agreed. It wouldn't be my pick either, because I think if you're going for melee focus, I personally think there's a better option coming up. But before we get to that one, we have number 3, which is Aegis of the Emperor. And while this Sacred Rite is active, each time this unit uses the Shield of Faith ability to take a Deny the Witch test, if the result of the test is an unmodified 5+, or if it was greater than the result of the Psyche test, then the Deny the Witch is passed. Phil teased this one earlier. He teased it out of us in advance.
Did he tease it, or did he just outright say it?
Oh no, he just outright said it, didn't he? Yeah, really.
yeah, and this one's a solid pick, I think. Well, especially if you're up against a psychic heavy army, for example.
Which presumably you would, given the fact that that you picked this upon arrival at the tabletop, right?
I mean, yeah, if you come up against Eldar or Chaos or Grey Knights, anything that's got a lot of psychic, isn't it? It's like, I will probably want to go with that one because it's going to mess up their day.
No, it's not going to make them overly thrilled. No, I like that. That is a good option, when it's a good option. Number 4, Rich. Divine Guidance.
Well, I'm saying in my reading was Divine Guidance.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah. While this Sacred Rite is active, each time a model in this unit makes a ranged attack, an unmodified roll of a 6, the armor penetration is improved by 1.
An unmodified wound roll of a 6.
Sorry, an unmodified wound roll. Thank you for correcting me, Dan.
It's all right. It's all right. You're throwing around, throwing stuff at old Phil earlier for his blunders.
This is truly my comeuppance. This is karma. I'm sorry.
It's always the way, though, isn't it? Because, just to sort of go on a mild tangent, every time I listen to content, I'm very quick with noticing mistakes. But when I'm making it, it's a totally different animal. All of the knowledge just seems to leave you in the moment for some reason. I don't know why it is. It's much more difficult being this side of the equation than listening along, I find. But anyway,
the terrifying highs and the dizzying lows,
yeah.
which I now have experienced in the last 30 minutes.
Well, exactly.
Anyway, that's divine guidance. Unmodified wound rolls of 6 increase the AP. If you've got a shooting-based Sisters army, that's brilliant.
Oh, is it brilliant?
I mean, if you're building a Sisters army, it's going to be shooting a lot. I mean, why would you not want that?
I mean, in the instances where it's good, it's very good. So yeah, no, I mean, I'm always a little bit hesitant with the additional AP based on certain results things. One, because I forget. I always forget. I usually will resolve the shooting or the combat, and then the saves will happen, and then we'll be maybe 2 things down the road, and I'll go, oh yeah, I forgot. 6s will, it's happened now. That always happens to me. I'm no good at admin when it comes to, exceptional effects or whatever.
What do you think, Phil?
I'm sort of in agreement. It's just extra faff when rolling your dice. It just slows the game down ever so slightly, and it always feels like wound rolls of 6. It's like it is the most sort of aggressive one out of the picks. If you wanted something that's going to increase your shooting output, it's definitely the one to go for. But it feels like quite a minor buff.
I think it definitely would be a minor buff when I'm using it because I just forget every time. That's me. I never trust myself with those abilities anymore. I've tried using armies that have that in, and I always forget that they have it. So I just don't bother.
I think the next one's quite good if you're going for more combat-y, as Richard was saying earlier.
Well, yes. So next we have Sacred Rite number 5, which is going to be a bit more straightforward for people who are forgetful about their unmodified 6 results. So this is the Passion. And when the Sacred Rite is active, each time a model in a unit makes a melee attack, an unmodified hit roll of 6 scores 1 additional hit. So much more straightforward, because it's right. It's the first dice you roll, and as an Imperial Fist player, I'm definitely know how to get those 6s and remember to get the extra hits. I think that's a very solid one. I think this is probably I would say this is my go-to one with the lists I'm kind of building.
I like it, but I have the same problem. I'll always forget. So I'll stay away.
This one's easy to remember.
Well, it is weird, isn't it, actually, that it probably would be easy to remember. I suppose it's because... Yeah, I suppose it extends to so many things. But then so does the wound thing. I guess in this... It's only when it's one-off units, I suppose. So maybe my view.
Well, I think this one it encourages that kind of greedy side of you to be like, oh, look, I've got some extra hits here. Let me put some more dice in. Whereas the -1 AP is just something that affects your opponent's roll for them to remember. So that's the difference.
I'm with you.
It is a bit of a faff too when you have to change the AP, because when it rolls to 6, okay, I've got some 6s, I'll put some more dice in my pool to roll for the wounds. Whereas when it's 6 to wound, it's like, okay, all right, now I've got these 2 piles of different armor saves you've got to make, and you've got to remember which one's which. So there's a little bit more bookkeeping in that one. But if you are more shooting based, that one is better. But I think the Passion is a really good one. It's the traditional one that everyone who would run Bloody Rose back in the day would take, because they were the melee focused order, and I think it's basically unchanged. It's still very solid this time around.
Good times. What's the last one then, Rich?
The last one is number 6, Light of the Emperor. While this Sacred Rite is active, you can ignore any or all modifiers to this unit's leadership characteristic. And each time a combat attrition test is taken for this unit, you can ignore any or all modifiers.
Fancy pants. So essentially, you ignore the minuses to your leadership, but you're not ignoring casualties. So if I had a 20-woman unit of sisters and 11 of them got murdered via, unfortunate happenstances within a game of Warhammer 40,000, I would still need to account for the 11 casualties. I wouldn't be ignoring that, right?
Correct. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think it definitely feels like it's good for if you're running large units. If you are going to be running these 20 sister squads, but I wonder if there's some usage, because it specifically it doesn't allow modifiers to your leadership. So I don't know if there already is, or if there will soon be a army which can do somewhat annoying shenanigans by lowering your leadership somehow, which does something else. Like I know there's like certain psychic powers so that you control your units by lowering your leadership test, that kind of stuff. Which is a bit more of an edge case, but I don't know if there's a larger threat coming down the pipe that would be beneficial for.
Yeah, I'd assume something will be coming around the corner, but then even then, I feel like the morale mechanic is probably most consistently the mechanic of the game that requires the least amount, or probably requires the most amount rather of attention in terms of its lethality in game. I think one of the things that consistently occurs to me is that the morale system in 9th edition just has really very little teeth, and then abilities that benefit morale become relatively useless at the moment because the negatives of failing morale test are so relatively minor now that, you know, having a warlord trait or having an ability that benefits your morale is really in practice not that useful, because, you know, either you're going to be a small unit of something that's elite enough that its leadership is great enough that they don't care, or you're going to be a big unit of something that has so many bodies, the fact that you might lose another 3 or 4 of those doesn't matter. You know, back in the days of 8th edition where, you know, you could lose an entire unit to morale because, you know, if it was a 20-man orc boy unit and you killed 12 of them, by the way the leadership works, all 8 remaining of them were going to run away unless you use stratagems to keep them there. Like, that was meaningful, and there was a reason to want to use morale back then. But now it's like, oh, I failed the leadership test, 1 dies. Now I've got to roll 7d6 and hope that I don't roll that many 1s and 2s. Oh, I rolled 3 or 4 1s or 2s. Oh, wow, my unit's still there, and it's still OBSEC, and it's still doing what it needs to do. Cool. And now it's just a real nuisance unit that you've got to deal with next turn. You know, the morale system is awful.
Well, I think it's getting better because it seems like the new codexes are at least stripping out abilities that just made you auto pass morale, which is what it used to be like.
Yeah.
Now it's basically, you've still got to do your combat attrition test. You might ignore modifiers. But there are still exceptions. Like, what was it? Dark Angel's Inner Circle, where you do just pass it. But beyond that, I think most of the time now it's like, you still got to take a test. And it's like, maybe it's not that punishing because on a roll of a 1, you might lose some models. So that'll be interesting to see if that ever changes to make that a bit more punishing.
I suppose saying the morale system is terrible is dependent upon what you require a morale system to do. I like the idea of a morale system actually resulting in models running away consistently. I like the kind of idea that morale is a factor. But I get it, right? I mean, within 40k, everyone's a battle-hardened warrior, so, you know, and also people get quite irritated by the fact that large swathes of their army are wiped off the board by a morale system. So I do understand that, but at the same time, I don't know. I feel like one of the consistent problems with 40k is the lethality of the game is so weirdly skewed in one very specific direction, and it doesn't really. I don't know. It's just one of those things. I'd like it if morale was a little bit more punishing to make things like this more worthwhile taking. Because I think at the moment, you're just not going to prioritize it. Me personally, anyway. I don't know. I mean, Rich, what's your vibe?
I think right now I don't really see the benefit of it. But then I've not been playing with, like, I don't. If I hit run a Sisters army with larger units, maybe I will. But assuming that at some point there'll be some kind of army that turns up which has some kind of bonus, like some kind of modifiers to combat attrition. If that's around the corner, then there is, the Sisters have the option to go for that to combat that kind of thing. But as you say, I don't know that it doesn't feel like there's a benefit to it right now. But maybe there will be. Maybe someone will find some special combo that really does that works into morale. Because there've been a few models in the past, or like units which have been doing like the what's the ones? There's that Scion unit that all kills count as double units for terms of leadership. Yeah. And maybe there's some other stuff like that coming, or a combo that someone hasn't yet figured out. This gives you a way to shield against that. But right now it's one I'd kind of, if I rolled for my sacred rights and I got a 6, I'd be like, oh, all right. Better mind.
Indeed. Booerns. But yeah, no, fair enough. All right, cool. So there we go. That was us talking through the Sacred Rite bit. We may as well now, I suppose. Is it now time that we talk about the orders? Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's talk about them orders. So, like every other thing in the game of Warhammer 40,000, there are many forms of Adepta Sororitas, Sisters of Battle, and these are denoted as orders. And there are a bunch of orders that are established within the lore and within the game with their own unique rules. And then there's obviously the opportunity for you as a player to create your own custom orders in a attempt to be an individual, like a lovely, I don't know what. Anyway, the point is orders, like chapters, but different, but not. Let's talk about them. So, the first of the orders is the Order of the Martyred Lady. Now, this is, the mainstay box color scheme of the Adepta Sororitas, and as has been the form for the last few books, the one which they put on the box tends to be pretty good. So in the case of the Drakari, the Black Heart Cabal was well good. In the case of the Adeptus Mechanicus, Mars was well good. Richie, are the Martyred Ladies well good?
I think they're pretty good. They're mostly unchanged from the last book, but I think they've become better because there were a couple of orders that were a bit OP, which for people who aren't aware, that would be Valorous Heart and Bloody Rose. But as a result, what's happened is all the orders are kind of good in their own right now, which means that you can look at each of them and they've got really good advantages. And I think I'm actually looking much more at Martyred Lady. I'm going to paint my sisters in a generic color scheme, so I can use them as whoever I would feel like to. Also because I really want to paint them in white armor, because I think that'd be cool.
That would be cool. Yeah, very cool.
And it was going to be difficult, but thankfully there's contrast, so that should make it a bit easier for me.
God bless.
God bless contrast. But the Martyred Lady, I think that I'm actually looking at them much more than I was before, because of the general feeling that I have with the whole kind of book is they're really pushing you to have lots of like kind of cool characters, not just as buffing units, but also as like kind of sledgehammers to be throwing around and doing damage. And they're good for that.
And Martyred Lady are unique in the sense that they are the only order with a specific character, right? They're the only ones with a special character.
They're the only one who've got their own specific special character. Junith, the High Canoness or Supreme Canoness.
She's the one in that big floating altar, right?
Yes. Yeah. Which you never see ever. I have never seen that model in the wild anywhere. I assume no one owns it, but
I've got
it. Is it worth running?
Well, I think it is. I think the reason you didn't see it much before is because people weren't running the Martyred Lady. I think it's the real reason there. I think you'll. She Junith Irusha or Iruta. Let me in the comments know if I'm mispronouncing it. She's a couple of changes, and I assume we'll come on to her. But she's
we'll talk about her later. But in terms of the actual abilities, because we've sort of talked around it, I was hoping at some point you would naturally transition into telling us what the Order of the Martyred Lady actually has. But you've managed to avoid that up to this point. So
well, I wasn't sure if you were going to do that because you kind of started talking about them. So I didn't know.
Oh, I see. No, I we were obviously being too polite to each other. Do you want me to do it, or should you do it?
I can do it. I can do it.
Go on, Rich. Tell us.
Okay,
tell us about them.
Apologies, listeners, for not saying so earlier. So the special rules for the Order of the Martyred Lady are at the end of any phase other than the morale phase, in which any units with this conviction were destroyed, you gain 1 miracle dice. And this is in addition to any miracle dice gained at the end of the phase in which a character unit with this conviction was destroyed. So, as we covered previously, every time a character unit is destroyed, as in a Sisters of Battle, you gain a miracle dice at the end of the phase. For Martyred Lady, it's any unit can get destroyed. You gain a miracle dice at the end of the phase, and it's 2 if it's a character. And that's only half of their abilities. The second half of their ability is that each time an attack is made by a model with this conviction, if the its unit is below the starting strength, you get add 1 to the hit roll.
Blimey.
So
I mean, the second of the two abilities is relatively but I guess, in the instances where it's required, or where it becomes useful, it's all right?
I think the first part is what makes it really cool, because, as I said, you're going to be taking more characters anyway. With these girls, so you're going to be getting double the miracle dice effectively every time one of them dies. But I actually think there is a lot of play in the just standard add 1 to hit if the unit's below starting strength. If you're running larger units, which appears to be something they're pushing anyway, you're going to be losing a model at some point, and it just kind of makes the units more deadlier as they're taking some wounds. So if any
so it's just below starting strength. I feel like you said half their starting strength for some reason, but it's just below.
If I did, I apologise. That is incorrect. It is below starting strength, not half. So
gotcha.
If you have a squad of 20, if one of them dies, the rest are getting +1 to hit.
Well, in which case, that's very good then.
Yeah, especially since it's both, close combat and shooting attacks. It's any hit roll. So that is really good.
Yeah, and it has had a slight tweak from the previous edition, because some clever scamps found a way that if you could say, if you lost a model and then brought that model back to life, you'd still have the buff, because previously it is if any model has been slain in the unit. So you could say get a sergeant superior. Assistant superior, because they overcharge a plasma pistol, die. The rest of the squad gets +1 to hit, and then you bring them back to life, and they still get the +1 to hit. That weird edge case that some people found a way to exploit is now removed. So it's just much more straightforward. They just have to be below their starting strength.
Nice. Oh, there you go. I mean, everyone loves the weird little quirky nuances of the game, but yeah, that definitely sounds like a change for the better. But yeah, no, I mean, honestly, it sounds, again, it synergizes really well with the general theme of the Adepta Sororitas. I suppose it's also worth highlighting that, you can take multiple detachments of multiple orders without losing your acts of faith, like super doctrine. Again, much like the Adeptus Mechanicus, this is one of those things where you are being incentivized to mix up your detachments, but while still retaining some of those sort of secret or super doctrines and abilities on top. So yeah, the idea of having a detachment of the Order of the Martyred Lady then combined with other orders definitely sounds good. I feel like you're going to see a lot of this in people's army lists, I would assume.
I think especially at 2,000 points. In lower points values, you might not have enough points to be able to have multiple detachments, but I think you can definitely theme a detachment around a certain style. Yeah. I think we'll certainly see lots of armies having at least one detachment. Well, not at least one. We'll have a small detachment of Bloody Rose in there somewhere, because they are particularly good in melee. But we'll come on to them. We can come on to them later.
Indeed. So they have a stratagem, a 1 CP stratagem, and I'm going to ask Phil to read it because he hasn't said much recently. So come on, Phil, tell us about that.
Sure thing. It's Honor of the Martyrs. Use this stratagem at the end of a phase in which an Order of our Martyred Ladies character model from your army was destroyed by an enemy unit, excluding models that were destroyed and subsequently returned to the battlefield. That phase, due to any rules, until the end of the battle, each time an Order of Martyred Lady model makes an attack against that enemy unit, add 1 to the attack's wound roll.
There you go. So basically, your character gets killed by an enemy unit, and then you get grumpy about it. And then from there on in, you add 1 to your wound rolls against that unit.
Yeah.
It's pretty good, actually, to be fair.
It's really cool. That was in the previous edition as well. It was very popular for having like a sacrificial character that you'd say throw into a knight or throw into a big thing that was going to be a problem, have it be killed, and then everyone else can get the bonuses to wound it.
Yeah, I was going to say, you don't really get to determine what kills your character, but if you are deliberately flinging it at something big to kill it, then yeah, I guess you could game it slightly.
No, for sure. I mean, there's a lot of interesting kind of tactical nuance to that. But yeah, in the instances where, again, for 1 CP, the ability to, have the +1 to wounds, especially if something that manages to kill your character is a relatively unharmed unit or a very powerful unit, because removing a character from the battlefield is still something quite significant to achieve. So quite often whatever did it is going to be something of a priority for you to remove. So yeah, for 1 CP to add +1 to your wounds against that unit or against that character or whatever it might be is pretty good.
I mean, there are warlord traits and relics, but maybe in the interest of time, we just talk about the other orders at a top level.
Well, yeah, I think so. Although I reckon we may as well.
We should make some call-outs. I was going to say we should make some call-outs because we can't not talk about the Martyred Lady relic, because you can't not talk about that.
You can't not talk about that, Phil. You can't not talk about
Well, it does look pretty good.
Yeah.
All right. We'll go through it. Don't worry, man. We're good. We're all right. Look, the Warlord trait is Shield Bearer. Each time an attack is allocated to this Warlord, subtract 1 from the damage characteristic of that attack to a minimum of 1. Each time you gain a miracle dice at the end of the phase as a result of vengeance. If this Warlord destroyed any enemy units during that phase, that miracle dice is automatically a 6. It's pretty good. And each time you gain a miracle dice at the end of the phase as a result of sacrifice, or if this Warlord was destroyed during that phase, that miracle dice is automatically a 6. So there you go, a Warlord trait with a bunch of stuff to it. The fact that you are -1 damage, very good. The fact that you are able to guarantee yourself getting miracle dice, which are themselves 6s, pretty good. Rich, tell us about the relic.
The relic is Martyr's Vengeance, which is it replaces an Inferno pistol, and so it's standard Inferno pistol, and it's range 12, pistol 1. It is, however, strength 9, AP -4, and damage D6 +3, and that's very, very tasty.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty strong. I think the other episode where we were talking about the Adeptus Mechanicus, there was a pistol in there that I waxed lyrical about.
Yeah, I think that re-rolled hit rolls and wound rolls, but it was only one shot as well.
It wasn't Mechanicus, was it? It was Executioners. Not Execution, Exorcists. Exorcist, the Space Marine chapter, right, Phil?
Oh.
It was one of those weird White Dwarf chapters.
I think so. Yeah.
Anyway, the point is, I was saying that is a fine example of a special pistol. This might be better. Circumstantially better, but better.
Yeah, it's circumstantially better. A regular Inferno pistol is range 6 or 8. So it's basically point blank range to do any real damage to it. This is 12 inches and D6 +3, and at strength 9, where most weapons are only strength 8.
Yes. If what's your weapon skill going to be on average, or ballistic skill? Palatine is a 2-up ballistic skill. Then it's
any of your
characters.
Although
That's only got a plasma pistol.
You'll probably give that to a Canoness, to be fair. So you'll be hitting on 2s.
Oh yeah, she's 2 as well. Okay, yeah. So it is sort of worth it then if you got a decent.
I suppose here's the thing though, right? And this is where I suppose maybe we can have a mild debate, which is it better to get a bolt pistol that is amplified like the Exorcist's example that we were talking about before? Because a bolt pistol is free, whereas I still need to pay to have the Inferno pistol. So am I gaining that much? Okay, by your example, Rich, there's an extra 4 inches of range, an extra 1 strength. I think the AP is still the same. And the damage is going to be is improved. But given the fact that you're paying points plus allocating your relic to this, is that good under those circumstances? He's thinking about it.
It's 5 points.
Oh, is it only 5 points?
For a Canoness, for an Inferno pistol, it's 5 points.
I think it's worth it, because that's if you've got miracle dice to hand, or you're just lucky, that's 9 wounds you've slapped on something with what's realistically a close range las cannon, because that's more powerful than a regular Inferno pistol. I think if you're running Martyred Lady, I think that's cool. And there's a couple of builds you can kind of go for with sisters to have some good kind of pistol combos, and that's one of the ones. You can use it for.
But just for everyone's reference, right? The Inferno pistol is range 6, pistol 1, strength 8, -4, d6 damage, unless, of course, it's within 3 inches, in which case it is d6 plus 2 damage. The fact that you are getting range 12 over range 6 is pretty massive, to be honest with you. And by the way, the change to range 6 on an Inferno pistol is massive. I always assumed that they were greater range, because it used to be that people used to come in with...
You are correct, because it has... I don't think it has... I think it's always been range 6. The thing you're remembering is when Seraphim would arrive out of Deep Strike, and they would be shooting you at quite long range, just because of there was a bonus, the stratagem that they'd use to arrive, and they would shoot the turn they'd arrive from Deep Strike, and they'd add like 12 inches to the range, and that's why it worked.
Oh, I see. That's why that worked. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, so Order of the Martyred Lady. Pretty reasonable. As Phil has correctly asserted, we probably should do the other ones much quicker than we did that one. So let's talk about Valorous Heart. Each time a model with this conviction would lose a wound as a result of a mortal wound, roll a d6 on a 5+, you ignore that wound. It's all right. Nothing that great. Depends on your matchup, right? Each time an attack is allocated to a model with this conviction, if that attack has an arm penetration statistics of -1 or -2, the armor penetration characteristic of that attack is reduced by 1. So you effectively completely nullify -1 AP, and -2 AP becomes -1 AP, which is, all right. Not extraordinarily incredible, but not bad. It depends on your matchup. I don't know. I'm not immediately blown away by that. I mean,
it's important you're not immediately blown away, because this is one of the orders that got nerfed effectively, because they used to be. I mean, on the reducing AP, that's been made much clearer now, because it was a bit confusing before. That's much more straightforward. That's good. We're all happy. However, their other ability used to be ignore all wounds on a 6-up. And now it's only now it's like air quotes only mortal wounds on a 5+. So it's basically moved Valorous Heart from being a must take, very hard to move army, to one that is it has been balanced quite fairly, but it means that they are not quite as amazing as they used to be.
Didn't they also ignore AP -1 and 2 completely, as opposed to now, which is effectively reducing it by 1?
They did when they combined that with the Imagifier. The Imagifier enabled them to ignore AP -1 and -2. Whereas now they can remove it from both of those.
Yeah, so long story short, these guys have had an understandable nerf, because I had played against people running the Valorous Heart stuff of old, and it is super difficult to get rid of them.
I was
and in a way, you were, and in a way that's just really clearly not enjoyable. It's one of the things that I struggle with a lot within 40k is when we start to introduce ultra durable armies, because there's nothing more frustrating than throwing dice or throwing shots or melee attacks into something that doesn't go away, especially when it really should. When you're throwing -2 AP shots at something in abundance, because again, the guy I played most recently, I was running Imperial Knights, and I had loads of like Gatling cannons, and they're -2, and it's super frustrating, because you're like, blapping this unit with -2 flat 2 damage shots, and they're just going, whatever, mate, 3-up save, and it's like, but yeah, there we go. Their 1 CP stratagem is Blind Faith. Use this stratagem in your shooting phase when an order of the Valorous Heart unit from your army is selected to shoot, or in the fight phase when an order of the Valorous Heart unit in your army is selected to fight. Until the end of that phase, each time a model in that unit makes an attack, you can ignore any or all hit roll, ballistic skill, and weapon skill modifiers. It's all right. Sometimes it'll be real good, but you are basically talking about ignoring a -1 modifier, which is all right, I guess. I don't know. What? I suppose when you're fighting against Drakari, when they're all like -1 to hit and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Phil, you super excited about
that? No, it's all right, but nothing. It's not calling out to me as something that I must have.
No, agreed. Do you want to talk us through the Warlord trait quickly, Phil? Impervious to pain.
Yeah, so each time a warlord performs an act of faith, it regains 1 lost wound, which is not bad. Each time a warlord would lose a wound, roll a d6. On a 5+, it would not lose it.
I'm not really sure that's that much better than the Martyred Lady one. I suppose the fact that you regain wounds is sort of interesting when you perform an act of faith.
Yeah, it does require your warlord to be performing the act of faith, though, to get it.
Yeah. So. Yeah. Yeah. Intriguing.
It makes you very survivable. I'm not entirely. It's an odd one. I'm not that keen. I'm not that keen on it because you've got to be basically having 5 up, feel no pain is nice, but you're toughness free. So.
Agreed. Why don't you tell us a lot about the relic, Rich?
The Casket of Penance. The bearer has the following ability. It's an aura. While an enemy is within 3 inches, while an enemy unit is within 3 inches of the bearer, subtract 1 from the toughness characteristics of models in the enemy unit. If that unit has the chaos keyword, subtract 1 from the strength characteristic as well.
Oh, that's quite good.
It's one that's quite cool, but it's like how you've basically got to get your canoness right up into the thick of it, in order to get that to kind of be working.
Yeah. -1 toughness is really useful, especially when you're majoritively, strength 3 majoritively. So having that in effect is quite good. Or I imagine they've probably got an abundance of strength 4 in there with the bolt guns and, weapons that give them +1 strength and so on and so forth. So yeah, based on that, I assume that being -1 toughness is actually pretty reasonable. But yeah, no, I can understand why people are a little bit about the changes there, but these things happen, right? I mean, at the end of the day, what they were before was really abusive. So I think this doesn't seem terrible to me. It just doesn't seem extraordinarily good,
But that's sort of what you want. You want them to all be all right.
Exactly. That's what you should aspire for. Everything should have a degree of mediocrity to it. That's what we aspire to. On that topic, then, the Order of the Bloody Rose. Phil, why don't you tell us what they're all about?
You saying I am mediocrity?
No, I'm just saying you're quick to anger.
Oh, okay. Quick to anger, very good. Each time a unit with this conviction fights, if it made a charge move, was charged or performed a heroic intervention this turn, until the fight is resolved, add 1 to the attack's characteristic for this unit. I like it.
So that's real good.
That's really good.
That's real good.
And then in addition to that, each time a model with this conviction makes a melee attack, if the model's unit made a charge move, was charged, performed a heroic intervention, etc., improve the arm penetration characteristic of that attack by 1. So
that's real good.
You get +1 to hit, +1 AP. This is my favourite out of all of them.
What you get +1 attack?
You get +1 attack, yeah.
Yeah.
So it is still very good. It has been nerfed though, similar to Valorous Art. It did get hit by the nerf bat, quite rightly so, because it was a bit too good. In there, it used to be that you would gain. What it used to be was all melee and pistol weapons gain a set of permanent increase to their AP by 1, and now it's just for when you have that first round of combat.
Yeah, but that seems appropriate, right? Like. Having melee and pistol weapons always have an additional -1 was obviously too good.
Well, that's why you had people running on like -8 AP -5 Inferno pistols coming out of Deep Strike and things like that. And it made Seraphim quite cool because it made their bolt pistols all AP -1. But it had
I understand that, but that's clearly not how it is in. Like, I mean, obviously that's how it was intended before, but I think this is the right decision. Mm-hmm. But this still seems amazing to me. Like, the idea of like running a unit of Repentia or those new boogie board, whatever they're called, Sarah something or other.
The Celestian Sacrosancts.
Yes, that those kind of melee units. The idea of them getting additional attacks and an additional, AP. Yeah, I like it. I don't really. I mean, again, I understand why people who have bought loads of Seraphim or whatever they were called are going, that's rubbish. And I understand that. But unfortunately, that's the nature of the game. I suppose actually one of the things that maybe doesn't get talked about enough is, I mean, how long ago was it that the last Adepta Sororitas book came out? Like a year and a half ago?
Yeah, it's a year and a half.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a very long time, does it, to enjoy a rule set, really, especially when the great majority of that was spent social distancing.
I think it's cool. I think you're right. I think it is a good balance, but I like that it makes the Bloody Rose an army that is good when it charges and scary to charge as well, because they still get that bonus attack. They still get that bonus AP when you charge them.
And you're going to be taking the thing that gives them the +1 to their charges and the +1 to their advances, and then you could give them the whole thing where they're doing like mortal wounds when they die on a 6-up. You know, there's a lot of added impacts to this that make it good. Like, you know, and especially with the melee based nature of 40k 9th edition at the moment, it still feels strong. I mean, you know, again, sometimes I don't get on board with what people get all worked up about. I mean, this is still good. Like, I get it. It's different, but I don't think it's bad. I don't know. Maybe I'm just, you know, maybe I'm wrong on this one, but it seems fine to me.
No, I think it's very good. I still think it's very good. It makes them more melee focused, and I think we'll still see them on the top tables, as they say.
Well, indeed, I would expect no less. Okay, cool. So in terms of their stratagem, tear them down. Use the stratagem in the fight phase when an Order of the Bloody Rose unit from your army is selected to fight. Until the end of your phase, each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, an unmodified hit roll of 6 automatically wounds the target. It's pretty good. If you pack in a massive 20-woman unit of Repentia, that you know, how many attacks is a Repentia? I can't even say the words today.
2, I believe.
Two.
Yeah.
So 3 when they charge, are charged, or heroically intervene. And then, so you're going to be blasting out 60 attacks, of which any 6s you roll will be automatically wounding. I mean, that doesn't seem like a bad deal.
Yeah, or you could get up to regular to Celestians as well, who will have a 2 attack space.
Oh, yeah.
So if you're rolling a lot of dice to hit, I mean, it's particularly good with something like Repentia because they have built-in Zealot rule, so they're re-rolling their hits anyway.
Oh god, I forgot about the Zealot rule. Yeah, so yeah, wow, okay, that's real good. I am in favour of that. That is a good rule. Tell us about their Warlord trait, Rich.
Their Warlord trait is Blazing Ire, which
Ire.
Yeah, Ire. No, not like a pirate. It's like Ire.
Oh, okay. I was going for more of a farmer, but fine.
War. Okay, the Blazing War.
Blazing War. Anyway, sorry.
So with that, you add 1 to the attacks characteristics of the Warlord. That's how I imagine farmers talk. Well, I don't know. I don't really. I mean, I don't know about you. I watched Yorkshire Shepherdess, so you have a different impression of how farmers talk now.
Oh, fair enough. More northern.
No, it's not Yorkshire. It's our Yorkshire Farm. That's the one. Good show. I recommend it. Anyway,
glad you do. Carry on.
Sorry. So you get to add 1 to the attacks characteristic of the Warlord, and the Warlord is eligible to charge in a turn in which it advanced.
That's amazing. That's a great Warlord trait.
It's really cool.
Easily. Yeah.
I think you'll see more of it now as well, because you wouldn't because you didn't used to run that. If you're running Bloody Rose, you'd usually go with. There's another Warlord trait that enables you to, which is reroll all hits and wounds, which is more popular. But I think you might not see that as often, primarily because that is associated with a particular special character, which a lot of people are going to take.
Gotcha.
So I think you'll see that Warlord trait coming up a lot more.
Well, fair enough. Their relic has a name that I'm going to struggle to pronounce unless anyone wants to help me out with this. I'm sure there's probably an easy pronunciation of it.
Beneficence.
Beneficence. There you go. Thank you, Phil. Order of the Bloody Rose models equipped with a chainsword only. This relic replaces a chainsword and has the following profile. So already I like it because it replaces a chainsword, which is typically not very expensive to put on a model. It is a melee weapon with strength +2, AP -2, 1 damage. Each time the bearer fights, it makes 3 additional attacks with this weapon. If there are 6 or more enemy models within 3 of the bearer, they make an additional D3 plus 3 attacks. So let me get this straight. I've got a Bloody Rose character. I give them a chainsword, or specifically a beneficent chainsword. They are obviously Order of the Bloody Rose. So upon a charge, they are +1 attack. I've given them a Warlord trait that gives them another +1 attack. after having advanced and charged. And then, assuming I charged into a unit of 10 models, I've gained an additional D3 plus 3 attacks. So I have gained as many as 8 additional attacks for charging into something.
And the Canoness has 4 attacks.
And the Canoness has 4 attacks. So, what's that? 12 attacks I'll be throwing at them.
I think 11 is the max you can get.
Or
if you give them the Warlord trait, then 12, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Warlord trait. So there we go.
And if you take the certain Sacred Rite, all those 6s to hit are exploding as well.
Wow, there you go. Look at that.
Yeah.
Added value.
No, this is still an awesome. I mean, some people are upset that it's been changed. Basically, it used to be damage 2, it's now damage 1. Some people are a bit annoyed about that, but they've also
like 8 plus attacks.
Well, exactly. This is really for like just a meat grinder. You're going to just you're just going to hack through all the chaff units. Or if you're against like Death Guard, who get -1 damage anyway, it doesn't matter. For that, I think it's awesome. It's one of the coolest relics that there's been. I think the change to the damage makes it slightly less good in some ways, but it's still really fun. I think it's great. There's nothing like rolling lots of dice, right?
Oh yeah, man. That's why we love this game. Again, in my opinion, you can always tell the good stuff in a codex because it's the stuff that effortlessly synergizes with itself. And you read all 4 elements of Bloody Rose, everything works with everything. And you go, cool. It's a no-brainer. It's nice and simple. It's clear what the strategy is. And it's clear that everything that I am doing works with that strategy seamlessly. So yeah, based on that, no. So far, Order of the Bloody Rose is my favoritist of all of these orders. So there we go. To all those who were angry that it has been nerfed, fair enough. But, I mean, I guess that just speaks to how good it used to be, because if this is what it's like nerfed, it's it must have been absurd before. Anyway, Order of the Ebon Chalice. I presume that the Order of the Ebon Chalice is the flamey version of things, the things that likes to utilize flamers and such. I say that mostly because there is a picture of a flaming chalice on this page, but
you can probably read the name of the stratagem as well on the page.
Oh yes, cleansing flames. There you go. Look at that. It's all making sense. But let's just rattle through this because I get the feeling historically no one ever took this one. But we'll see.
Oh, I think they will now.
You think they will now?
Oh yeah.
Well, why don't you tell us why, Rich? Come on. Read the words. Daughters of the Emperor.
I'll tell you for why. The Orders of the Ebon Chalice. So, if any units in your army have this conviction, when you are determining which sacred rites are active for your army after you have determined your mission, you cannot randomly select 2 sacred rites. Instead, after you have selected 1 sacred rite, you must select a second. Both of these sacred rites are active for units from your army with this conviction, and only the first is active for other units from your army with sacred rites ability. So I think that's awesome because it means you can pick 2 of those sacred rites, not just 1. So rather than having to rely on luck if you wanted to get the roll for it, you can just choose, I want these 2 good ones. So if you want to have, e.g., the advance and charge and exploding 6s to hit, boom, you can just have those by default.
That's really good.
There is no advance and charge.
Sorry, add one to advances. God, again, the dizzying lows.
It's easily done, mate. It's easily done. Yeah, that was a warlord trait from Bloody Rose we were just talking about, but it's fine.
Well, it's right there on the left.
Yeah, exactly. There it is.
And that's really cool. And that's only half their conviction. The other half is that each time a model with each time a model with this conviction performs an act of faith, you can first discard 1 miracle dice. If you do so, 1 miracle dice you use in that act of faith is considered to be a 6, irrespective of its value. And that's pretty damn cool as well, because you basically means you are, in theory, you are doing less miracles, but when you do them, they are always 6s.
Yeah, it's pretty good at mitigating poor dice rolls for those miracle dice.
Yeah, I mean, that's super strong, right? Like the way the miracle dice mechanic works, combined with the idea that you can be throwing in 6s into that is, very, very strong. No, they've definitely shown signs of improvement then, I suppose. Phil, tell us about Cleansing Flames, mate.
Cleansing Flames, 1 CP. Use this stratagem in your shooting phase when an Order of the Ebon Chalice unit from your army is selected to shoot. Until the end of a phase, it gains 2 abilities. The first one is add 4 inches to the range of all flame weapons that models in that unit are equipped with, and then the other
Oh,
one,
blimey.
4 inches is always pretty good. Each time a model, hello, each time a model in that unit makes an attack with a flame weapon on an unmodified wound roll of 4+, the target suffers 1 mortal wound in addition to any normal damage. At maximum of 3 mortal wounds can be inflicted per phase via this stratagem. I mean, on a 4+, that's pretty easy to do on a wound roll. Yeah, that's good.
It comes into, there's an interesting point of optimization to that though, right? Because obviously you get into a spot where potentially you're having some diminishing returns, because realistically, if you've got a unit with loads of flamers, adding the 4 inches of range is obviously really useful, but maybe you'll get to a place where you're kind of guaranteeing those 3 mortal wounds, but you could have got so much more. So guaranteeing 3 mortal wounds, the question I suppose you ask yourself is 1 CP worth the 4-inch range and the extra and 3 mortal wounds? I would say yes, because I think in so many other instances there are 1 or maybe even like 2 CP stratagems that do D3 mortal wounds or maybe D6 mortal wounds. The idea that you could more or less with, say, a unit of 4 flamers guarantee getting 3 mortal wounds plus whatever damage that you're going to get from your now improved flamers. Yeah, I actually, it's good, especially when you consider how many flamers are doing the rounds in Sisters armies.
And you get the extra 4 inches.
That's the first part of the cleansing flames ability.
So you get that as exactly. So you get that as well as yes, you get the more wounds, but you also get an extra 4 inches on top of the, because most flamers are still relatively mid range.
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
I think it's worth.
I
was going to say, I think it's probably worth pointing out at this stage, as Richard mentioned to us beforehand, that most, or was it all, flamers have gone up by 1 strength for Sisters.
Yeah, pretty much all of the the standard flamer weapons that are available. The Sisters of Battle have a Minotaurs version of it, which has an additional strength to it. So a standard flamer is strength 5, a heavy flamer is strength 6. And hand flamers are strength 4.
So good. That is actually so good that they've got that. But yeah, sorry, Rich. I thought you said. I thought you said. I thought you said how do they add 4 rather than and they add 4 or whatever it was. I got confused.
No.
But anyway, it's all.
I would be confused as well if you thought I said how do they add 4.
Yeah, I thought you were like, how are you doing that? I didn't read this. Oh, okay, fine. Anyway, yes, no, that's Wow. Okay, cool. Warlord traits. Terrible knowledge. Rich, have you got something to say about terrible knowledge?
Terrible knowledge. Well, the things I know. If this warlord is on the battlefield, the miracle dice you gain at the start of the first battle round is automatically a 6. Very good. It means that first miracle dice you got, you're going to have a 6. It means you always know you're going to have a 6.
Wow.
You're just always going to have it. And the next part is a solid thing to have in any army. Each time you spend a command point to use a stratagem, you can roll 1d6 on a 5+. That command point is refunded.
Wow, that's a real good warlord trait right there.
Well, especially since it's you get to roll for every command point on a stratagem, and not, because I think the guard one's like you get to roll like 1 dice per stratagem. Or at least for Corvus Aquila when your opponent uses it. So yeah, that's a good one. It's basically free CPs. Free CPs for everyone.
Wow. No. Yeah. So far, so good for the Ebon Chalice. Relic-wise, they've got the Annunciation of the Creed. Someone help me with that.
Annunciation.
There you go. See, it was an easier word than I thought it was. Sometimes with Warhammer words, I assume that they're more complex than they need to be. Anyway, Order of the Ebon Chalice, equip with a Condemner bolt gun only. This replaces the Condemner bolt gun and has the following profile. The Condemner bolt rifle is the bolt gun is the bolt gun that also has a crossbow on it, right?
Yeah.
Right, okay. Cool.
Condemner bolt gun.
Condemner bolt gun. I apologize.
Cool.
Not whatever I was saying.
You didn't need to specifically go for the end. But I thought I tried just trying to get it in. So
no, it's good. Mate. Thank you.
I didn't want to make a big thing about it. I think.
Are you saying it's a silent N, Richard?
No, it's not condemn nor. It's condemner.
Condemner. Yeah.
Not condemn nor. Well, whatever the case. Words, innit? So in its bolt gun form, it's a bolt gun, rapid fire 1, strength 4, damage 1, no AP. And then there's a blessed stake, which I assume would imply some kind of wooden projectile as opposed to some form of, delicious cow meat grilled to perfection. But yeah, the blessed stake were quite funny. If a ribeye just flew out, slapped whoever it was in the face.
STEAK and not STEAK.
No, I know.
A joke that only works in audio format.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going for. Anyway, yes, so it's assault 1, strength 4, -2, flat 2 damage. And then there is an ability associated with this. Before selecting targets, select one or both of the profiles above to make attacks with. If you select both, then each time an attack is made with this weapon, this phase subtract 1 from the attack's hit roll. Each time you select a target for this weapon, ignore the Lookout Sir rule. Each time an attack with this weapon, blessed stake profile is allocated to a psyker. That model's unit suffers 3 mortal wounds in addition to any normal damage. So if you're shooting this blessed stake at a regular librarian, you will potentially one-shot it, because I believe a regular librarian has 4 wounds, which would imply that a Primaris librarian has 5 wounds. So if you manage to shoot a Primaris librarian with this gun, there's every chance that you will kill them in a one-er.
Right.
Isn't that exciting?
But at what step do you allocate an attack to a model? Because it's almost worded as if you don't even need to hit them.
So yeah, this is a really good question, Phil, because I looked into this because I was like, wait, do you just need to hit, and does that count? My understanding from the way the rules work is it's the moment when where is it set? Each time this attack's blessed stake is it's when the attack is allocated, and attacks are allocated after you roll to wound. So you'd have to wound,
so basically they don't need to. But so before they make the save, they take 3 mortal wounds.
Yeah, because it's when you allocate the attack that you determine what the armor save is.
Right. Okay. Wow, that's really good.
So, yes, if you hit a psycho model, they're taking flat 3 mortal wounds, which is an upgrade on the standard Condemner bolt gun, which is D3, and doesn't have a ignore lookout sir. But this one does have ignore lookout sir, and it does a flat 3 mortal wounds, which is, as Dan said, that's like, hello librarian.
Putting Inquisitor Greyfax's version to shame.
No, that's well good. Yeah, the idea that you can potentially just like one-shot most librarians, because most librarians don't have invuns either. But to be fair, most psychers don't outside of the Elder. So yeah, that's pretty interesting. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. But obviously, don't ever ignore Lookout Sir, because it's not a good thing to do. There we go. Richie got a call just coming in. Let's move along to Order of the Argent Shroud. Was this one of the ones that people used to like before? It wasn't, was it? This is still relatively unpopular.
It was relatively unpopular before. I mean, it had I think its rule is roughly its rules actually improved. So they are deeds, not words, and each time a unit of this conviction makes a normal move or advances in your movement phase, until the end of your shooting phase, it counts as having remained stationary. That's what the wording's changed a bit because it's in 9th edition. That's what they had before. So basically, they can advance and shoot.
Nice,
so very cool, very mobile. As specifically for shooting, so they can't advance and charge. It just means they can shoot.
What's really interesting about that, though, is that this is actually quite strong because it doesn't matter what weapon you're armed with. So you could have a heavy weapon, you could have anything, and you advance, and you can still fire as if you've remained stationary. So if you've got, the Devastator squads, I forget what they're called, with all multi-melters, you can advance them and still fire at your full ballistic skill.
Which is very, very cool.
Yeah.
So, and there's a lot of them on with bolt guns as well, and it actually doesn't actually benefit as much as it would say Space Marines because they don't have bolt discipline. But it's still very cool that they can basically advance and shoot. So they're very mobile as an army.
Very mobile, yeah. No, and again, within the game of 9th edition, mobility is really powerful. So this ability is actually quite strong because it extends to, because again, with the way that the FAQ is ruled, remain stationary, because remain stationary is its own status. The fact that, before there was an argument being like, oh, well, yeah, but you still did advance. Whereas now it's very clear cut that no, you counter stationary. You did not move. And I suppose, But it also counts for a normal move as well, but that wouldn't count for falling back, right? Because falling back isn't a normal move. Falling back is falling
that's
back.
right. So it's basically anything but falling back.
Gotcha.
Being stationary.
But there's a nice little cherry on the top of it now, which is that each time a unit with this conviction is selected to shoot or fight, you can reroll 1 hit roll or 1 wound roll when there's other units' attacks.
That is so good. That is so good.
Especially if you're going to rock lots of those Retributor squads, which you were talking about, Dan, the Melter and Heavy Flamer.
Although this isn't one of those abilities where you get to re-roll a hit roll and a wound roll. No. It's or. So you can either re-roll a hit roll or a wound roll. You're not going to be able to re-roll both. As in, you're not going to be able to re-roll 1 hit roll and then subsequently 1 wound roll. You can choose one or the other, not both, right?
Correct, yeah.
Cool.
So it's a good way for giving characters re-rolls for one thing, because characters don't normally get access to them. Things that aren't core get that benefit.
So vehicles, I guess, would get the benefit, I assume.
No, they would. Yeah.
So it's a nice bit of flexibility there to get a re-roll for either the hit or the wound. Or if you're chucking a heavy weapon in a regular squad, then you could save your re-roll for the heavy weapon.
Yeah, that's real good. I mean, the fact that you can essentially be advancing tanks and counter stationary, there's some interesting options for that for sure. I could imagine a few people taking Argent Shroud armored divisions, because the ability to advance and remain stationary. Yeah, wow. No, I like that a lot. That's very good. Phil, why don't you talk about Faith is Our Shield?
So 1 CP, use a stratagem in any phase when an Order of the Argent Shroud model from your army would lose a wound as a result of a mortal wound. So at the end of that phase, each time that model or any other model in its unit would lose a wound as a result of a mortal wound. God, it's a bit mouthy. On a 4+, it's not lost.
It's right, isn't it?
Useful when you need it, basically, but a very niche stratagem otherwise.
Indeed. Their warlord trait is selfless heroism. This warlord is eligible to perform her. Has Richie fallen over dead?
No, I'm fine. I'm all right.
You all right?
Yeah, no. I dropped my phone.
You can see why we don't have guests on normally.
Exactly. Someone out there who is. Oh, is he gone?
No, I'm still here.
He's just gone. Oh, he's still here. Okay, fine. He just had a bit of a fumbly sound, but it's fine. Anyway, what was I even saying? Oh, yeah.
Selfless heroism.
Selfless heroism. This warlord is eligible to perform heroic interventions if it is within 6 horizontally and 5 vertically of any enemy units instead of 3. Each time this warlord makes heroic intervention move, it can move up to 6 inches. All other rules for heroic interventions still apply. And at the start of the fight phase, if your warlord is within engagement range of any enemy units, it can fight first that phase. We understand and know that this warlord trait is actually gaining a lot more viability, but also adding in a lot of extra fun and frolics when you consider that you're going to be advancing this person all over the place and shooting with them. So having the added threat range of a 6-inch heroic intervention is actually really, really strong. Because the fact that you can effectively advance up the table, do some serious, shooting damage, but then still pose a threat in your opponent's turn, should they not wish to come near you or, get in a fight with you. The fact that you can kind of, press that upon them is pretty good. Richie, tell us about the Quicksilver Veil, assuming that you're okay.
I am here. I am fine. I'm totally fine.
Good. I'm sorry about it. It just sounded bad.
I appreciate it's this sturdy, protective case I have on my phone. Anyway. I do appreciate the concern. No, the relic for the Argent Shroud is the Quicksilver Veil, and this adds 3 inches to the bearer's move characteristic And each time an attack is made against the bearer, subtract 1 from that attack's hit roll. Very cool.
Yeah.
Synergizes nicely with all the things you were just talking about, that you're moving around quickly, you're going to be having fun with long heroic interventions, and you've got a movement of 9 as a base level as well.
Yeah, it's good for doubling down on making a good close combat character.
What I would have liked to have seen is I would have liked them to have the ability that gets thrown around from time to time, which is when you pile in or when you consolidate, that you don't have to move towards the nearest enemy unit. I think that's always a really useful ability, especially for an army or an order rather, that kind of leans into this mobile shooting mechanic. So I do like the idea of you can get in, fight, and then kind of bug out, which could be quite interesting mechanically. But hey, there you go. Tis what it is. All right, cool. Last of the orders, until obviously we talk about the custom orders, is Order of the Sacred Rose. These are the ones that are painted white, right, Rich? Or are those the Argent Shroud? No, the Argent Shroud are metallic, aren't they?
Yeah, the Argent Shroud, they're like kind of a silvery bolt gunmetal kind of colour. Yeah, it was the Order of the Sacred Rose are traditionally one of the white armoured ones.
Gotcha. Tell us about those, mate. What do they have going for them?
Well, I tell you what they've got going for them. They've got Devout Serenity. That's going to go well for them.
Indeed, why not?
Each time a combat attrition test is taken for a unit with this conviction, it is automatically passed.
Strong.
Yeah. Especially if you've got those bigger units. And each time you use a miracle dice when a model or unit with this conviction performs an act of faith, roll 1d6 on a 4+, you gain 1 miracle dice.
Ooh, that's
that is
good.
Actually quite good. That is quite good. Although I did sort of automatically say strong for auto-passing morale tests, I am aware of the fact that I stated earlier that
it's combat attrition as opposed to morale.
Oh, combat attrition. Maybe not strong. But,
Well, the only difference is one model, basically.
Yeah, if you fail the leadership test, you're just going to lose 1 model, and that's it.
Yeah. It's all right.
This is better than the other one where you ignored the modifiers. This one,
true, it is better. Yeah. But it's still just more my general sentiment towards casualties as a result.
But as Richard said, 20-man squads or ladies of sisters, losing a couple of those is going to be quite painful, actually. So if you're going to run 20 lady squads, 20-person squads, then this would be quite good for that.
Agreed.
And the Miracle Dice thing is great because you are going to be using Miracle Dice because you're playing Sisters. And each time you use one on a 4+, there's a 50-50 chance of you getting another one back. So you're going to have lots of Miracle Dice, and you're going to be running out of them much slower than every other order.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, isn't it? You're banking on those Miracle Dice. That's the core mechanic that you're going for. If you're going Sacred Rose, you're really leaning into that. The first part of it is a nice to have, but the whole Miracle Dice and Act of Faith scenario is pretty strong. Their stratagem is a 1 CP stratagem called the Emperor's Judgment. Use this stratagem in your shooting phase when an Order of the Sacred Rose unit from your army is selected to shoot. Until the end of the phase, each time an attack is made with a ranged weapon by a model in that unit, an unmodified hit roll of 1 scores 1 additional hit.
Hit roll of 6. You said 1.
Oh, sorry, I apologise.
I mean,
see how easily done
it is. If I rolled a hit roll of 1 and got an extra hit, that'd be brilliant.
Well, it has to specifically be a roll of 1, though, Phil. That's how it is. But then a 1 always misses. So actually, if you could actually roll a hit roll of 1, I don't think that's even plausibly possible within the rules of 40k. So there you go. That would be deserving of extra hits.
It's still a hit roll. It's just not a successful hit roll.
That's true.
Fair enough. So anyway, point is exploding 6s, which is all right, depending on the size.
I think it's awesome because it's not restricted to anything.
That is true.
You can use that on a tank. You can use it on a You can use it on a character. You can use it on a giant squad. You can use it on a heavy weapon squad. It's just any Order of the Sacred Rose unit, and it shoots. So if you put that on an Exorcist or a Castigator, you've got tanks which have got exploding 6s to hit on all of their guns. And
solid.
lest we forget, you can use Miracle Dice to guarantee a 6 if you were so inclined. So that could
that would be a very circumstantial thing. But I suppose if you were shooting a las cannon, and then you really wanted to get the extra shots out of it, then maybe that would make sense.
You could double down with Blessed Bolts, which is a stratagem I was going to talk about later, but that gives you mortal wounds on a 6 to hit as well.
Ooh.
So mortal wounds plus an extra hit, if you want to go crazy.
There you go. Stratagems for days. All right, cool. Tell us about the Warlord trait, Richie.
The Warlord trait is Light of the Divine. Once per turn, when this Warlord performs an act of faith, one Miracle Dice used in that act of faith is considered to be a 6, irrespective of its actual value. And the second part, the Warlord has the following ability. Light of the Divine Aura. While a friendly Order of the Sacred Rose core unit is within 6 inches of the Warlord, if that core unit falls back, then it is still eligible to shoot this turn.
Yeah, I like that. Fall back and shoot is pretty good.
Yeah, basically anything nearby her can fall back and shoot. Also, she has
not anything core.
That's true.
So not vehicles and stuff, but still
anything
pretty
core.
Good.
And also, she can give herself 6s on a 6 on a Miracle Dice whenever she kind of feels like it, which is kind of handy depending on how you spec her out, either for combat or for shooting. Just being able to say that she herself can have a 6 for Miracle Dice whenever she needs it is pretty good.
And it's once per turn as well, though, right? So it's not even like a once per game situation. So that's yeah. I mean, you're always going to find a reason to take advantage of that. All right, Phil, tell us about the relic, and then we can move along.
Yeah, so it's Light of Saint Agnifer. It's a model with a brazier of holy fire only. This relic replaces the brazier of holy fire and has the following profile: range 12 inches, assault D6, and then strength, AP, and damage are all asterisks. So you got to follow the abilities for it. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, that attack automatically hits the target, and on an unmodified wound roll of 4+ or 2+ if it contains any demon models, the target suffers 1 mortal wound and the attack sequence ends. No, so you basically hit automatically, wound roll of 4s, 1 mortal wound, or 2s for demons. Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, it's pretty reasonable.
So the important thing about this one is that it replaces a brazier of holy fire.
What has that?
It's a war gear option for a canoness. And the brazier of the holy fire has the exact same profile as this, but it's 1 use only. So what's special about this relic is that you can use it every single turn.
That's not bad.
Yeah, no, definitely. When you understand the context of what it was replacing, the ability to constantly use it is pretty good. I mean, obviously, if you get super lucky with it, that could be as many as 10 extra mortal wounds in a game, which is nothing to sniff at. That's pretty good.
Yeah, and the important combo that's very apparent straight away is that you can give the warlord. Assuming if you give the relic and the warlord trait to your Order of the Sacred Rose canoness, then what that gives you the ability to turn any Miracle Dice into a 6, which means you can be using that to guarantee to have 6 shots with this thing whenever she fires it.
Look at that! It was right there in front of our faces.
Which is pretty powerful. The able to just like shoot mortal wounds at people.
Yeah, no, and especially if you're up against a demon army, they're going to have a lovely time with that, aren't they?
They're going to be very unhappy.
They'll be like, oh, goody gumdrops. That's exactly what I didn't want to be seeing. Brilliant. All right, cool. So beyond that, obviously, there are custom orders. Richie, you're the only one of us who's read this in any length of detail at this point. Is there anything amongst the custom orders that you feel like you want to call out?
There's some combinations you can do from looking at the Minotaurs convictions. That if you're kind of particularly into wanting to do, like you can and sometimes it's like half of the main orders. Like for example, you can combine if your unit's below starting strength, you can add 1 to hit from the Martyred Lady. Combine that with the Guided by the Emperor's Will, which is the you can reroll one hit or wound roll from the Argent Shroud. So there's some interesting kind of combos you can do there. The most interesting one, I think, because there's quite a lot in terms of going for it, I think the most interesting one is the Rites of Fire. Well, there's two in particular. One, there's Rites of Fire, which just as standard adds 4 inches to the range of all your flame weapons, which, as mentioned before, all the flamers for Sisters of Battle are effectively +1 compared to other armies. So getting a flat 4 inches of extra range is very handy. And the other one is Raging Fervor, which is each time a model with this conviction makes an attack with a melter weapon, the target of the attack is considered to be in half range for the purposes of the weapon's abilities if the weapon has the pistol or assault type, or the weapon has the heavy type, and the target is within 18 inches. Which is, again, if you're choosing to run kind of lots of melter weapons, more so the assault and the pistols, because they get the most benefit of it. You're much more likely to be counting at the half range, which is where you get that +2 damage.
Nice.
But I think you'd have to build an entire army with a very specific kind of idea in mind. And so if you wanted to go full on melter or full on flamer, there's 2 options you can take there for doing things in that regard. Personally, I feel that the major convictions have a lot more going for them, because you get access, especially because you get access to the relics, warlord traits, and stratagems from those. But if you wanted to mix and match and have a specific, if you wanted to have a specific smaller detachment, like a patrol just around having all your melter guns in, that could be a cool way of doing it.
Yeah, no, sounds good, man. Well, there you go. That's us talking about the orders. I guess we should. Oh, I don't know, Phil. You look like you got something you want to say.
I was just going to call out purifying recitations. That one seems quite interesting.
Oh yeah.
Each time you make a deny the witch test for a unit with this conviction, add 3 to the results. So if you think about it, on a 6, you deny it anyway. On a 5, 6, 7, you're getting an 8 basically, and on a 4. You're getting a 7, which is not too shabby to deny certain powers. I mean, it's not super high rolling, but I don't know. I think that one's quite a good anti deny the witch. Although you could, if you, I mean, it's situational, I guess. And this is baked into your tournament list, for example. So maybe you would want to do that. Maybe you'd rather take the not acts of faith, that thing where you can make it a 5-up.
Sacred rites,
that's it.
Sacred rites, come on now. Yeah. No, it's interesting. I think there's the thing, though. I think most people, understandably, with the number of benefits and attributes that they bring to the table, I think you're just going to stick with the mainline orders. There are some interesting synergies and things that you can develop that will unlock potential when you start looking at the custom orders. But yeah, I think most people, at least initially, will stick with those main ones. But you never know. There's always potential. I saw a guy on the weekend at the tournament I was at, the 40k Brawl tournament. Jeebus. I saw him running Dark Angels with a successor chapter. And it was doing all sorts of madness. He had so many mortal wounds coming out of that army list. It was bonkers. But anyway, that's, I suppose, the story for another time. Should we move on now and talk about stratagems?
Yeah.
All right. In the interest of time, we don't have a huge amount available now to talk about every stratagem. We wouldn't want to talk about every stratagem. So I reckon what we do is we pick some. So, Richie, tell us a stratagem you want to talk about.
The first one I want to talk about is Cleansed by Fire.
Cleansed by fiber? Fire?
Cleansed by Fire? Cleansed by Fire would be very different. I mean, it
would be very different, you know. I mean, fiber does have cleansing qualities. Yeah, right? It's good roughage.
Yeah.
Well, indeed. What type of stratagem is that then?
So for when this eventually matters, it's a battle tactic stratagem.
Ooh.
Assuming it matters at some point. It costs 2 CP. And the flavor text is "Burn the mutant, burn the heretic, burn the witch," which I think is very appropriate because this stratagem enables you to, when an Adeptus Ministorum unit from your army is chosen to shoot with, Until the end of the phase, when a model in that unit shoots with a flame weapon, do not roll to determine the number of attacks made with that weapon. Instead, the maximum numbers of attacks are made for that weapon. E.g., 6 attacks are made with a heavy D6 weapon.
Crikey blimey. So in what instances would you be able to maximize this? I mean, obviously you'd be taking squads with loads of heavy flamers and stuff, right?
Any squad has got lots of flamers. So if you had a
Retributor squad
with 4 heavy flamers, or you had just a Dominion squad with four regular flamers, if you had, which I think, the area I think will have the most benefit is with Seraphim. I think you're going to see Seraphim now, rather than taking the Inferno pistols, giving them the hand flamers. Now they've got 12-inch range and strength 4, and then you can slap this on them, which means you're then getting 6, 12, 24 shots, or 24 hits, not even shots, 24 hits with a flame weapon, because you can get usually about 4 flamers into a squad. I'm not aware there's a way you can get more flamers than that into a squad, short of giving a sister superior, a combi flamer. So you could get up to 30 in auto hits using the stratagem, which is amazing. It's awesome. Previously in Codex it was locked behind a specific order. Now it's any Sisters of Battle order can use it. I think it's fantastic. It really synergizes with the better flamers and the kind of the concept. You're burning the heretics, and this helps you do it so much more efficiently.
Beautiful. Phil, why don't you tell us about a stratagem which you like?
Mine's also a battle tactic. It's 1 CP. It's Extremist Trigger Word. You use a stratagem in a fight phase when you select one of my favourite units, the Archoflagellants, from your army to fight. Until the end of that phase, change the ability that they all have to read the following. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, make 3 hit rolls instead of 1. It is usually 2 for context. And then at the end of the phase, roll a d6 for each model in that unit. On a roll of a 1, that model dies. So it's quite good because they get 2 attacks base. So you're taking that from 4 to 6, if my maths is correct. You can also do a cheeky combo with War Hymn to get them an extra attack. So each one could potentially do up to 9 attacks each, which is pretty good.
I mean, that is absurdly good, not pretty good. 9 attacks each.
Yeah, and it's +1 strength, -1 damage for the basic
Good
attack.
Lord.
And then obviously you get an extra attack from the it's not a lieutenant or lieutenant, but you get one that has endurant implants, which gives them an extra attack and an extra strength as well. So yeah, I think that's quite a cool little one. I do like those little creepier units.
The whirling dervish right there, just spinning around, mullering people. My stratagem selection is a really bad one to choose, but I'm just going to point it out because I think it's funny that they have a different name for something, which is Holy Smokescreen, which made me kind of think of the 1960s or maybe even 1950s Batman show where Robin would always say, Holy something or other to...
Holy Smokes.
Holy Smokescreen in this instance.
That's brilliant.
So,
yeah.
use this stratagem in your opponent's shooting phase when an Adepta Sororitas smokescreen unit from your army is selected as a target of an attack. Until the end of the phase, each time an attack is made against that unit, subtract 1 from the attack's hit roll. So it's exactly the same as smokescreen.
No better for being holier.
No, because when I first saw it, I was thinking to myself, oh, maybe, because, holy smokes might be a bit better, but not so much the case, unfortunately. But there you go. So that intrigued me because, same stratagem as smokescreen is in all other instances, but with, added religious significance, I suppose. But,
it's possible, probably, so that if you did have a soup army, you could use both smokescreen and holy smokescreen in the same time.
Oh, there you go. Stacking multiple smoky stacks.
Yeah, on different units, but,
Jesus! I have to apologize, listeners. Richie is clearly operating within some kind of, I don't know. He's like obviously putting up some dominoes. Yeah, exactly. It's crazy. Anyway, tell us about another stratagem that you like, Rich, when you're not knocking over stuff.
So I didn't realize how good the microphone is for picking up things when I just drop them by accident. It's my fault. I'm fidgeting with things because I'm nervous because I'm on a podcast.
It's just us. It's your good buddies.
Yeah, no, but Toke's listening. He's going to be critical.
Exactly.
I'm sure.
Now perform for us, Richard. Perform.
Okay. my second stratagem I would like to bring to everyone's attention is what category is this? This is the strategic ploy, and it is devastating refrain, and it costs 2 CP. And I am incredibly excited that this is a thing. You use a stratagem in your shooting phase, and when an exorcist model from your army is selected to shoot, until the end of the phase, the model's exorcist missile launcher or exorcist conflagration rockets can target units that are not visible to the bearer. It's 2 CP, so it's quite expensive, but it does mean that the exorcists can ignore line of sight, and that's awesome. It's something that it looks like they should all be able to do anyway, because the missiles fire straight up out of the organ. But that's really cool that we could that is now an option. I'm disappointed. Yeah, I'm a little disappointed it's hidden behind a stratagem, but the fact it's there as an option is really cool and exciting. I can't wait to be using that.
I mean, the fact that they have made it a 2 CP strat kind of goes some ways towards illustrating how powerful an ability they think that is, and why they have obviously decided that giving them that ability by default would be potentially, negative for the overall balance of the game. Not that I ever feel like that massively concerns them, but it is fair to say that if they just did this because they did this, that might be very strong, unless I'm wrong about that.
I mean, if you're having it in the Exorcist missile launcher configuration, it's like range 48, heavy 3d3, strength 8 -2, d6 damage. Like that would do a lot of work. So the fact that it's behind the 2 CP strat, while eye-wateringly expensive, I think, as you say, it sort of justifies the cost. I think because you could keep that out of line of sight for the whole game. Yeah, it's expensive, but you could take Ardent Shroud or whatever, where on a 5-up you're getting your CPs back, so you can reduce the cost of these. And I think there's another way later on where you can reduce the cost of them as well, potentially.
Yeah. I think it's great because it means if your opponent's got some big thing that they're hiding behind an L shape or a wall or something on the board in turn 1, it's like, doesn't matter. I'm just going to. It doesn't matter where you're hiding. I can target your special tank or your buffing unit or whatever it is that's really not that you've intentionally kept out of line of sight.
Yeah.
Not a problem.
I almost think the other weapon options like a better use of it, because the regular conflagration rockets, heavy 48 heavy 3d6, strength 5 -1 damage, blast, and the target doesn't receive the benefit of cover. So that combos really well. So if they're, as you say, they're behind an L shape, they're or in a ruin that you can't actually see them, it's like you're doing lots of damage on that infantry squad. Yeah, I think that's pretty good.
Definitely good against them pesky Necron warrior squads. Give them a lot of something to think about, which would be quite cool. Phil, what stratagem would you?
Yeah, I'm going to go to one I mentioned briefly earlier, the Blessed Bolts for 1 CP. Use this stratagem in your shooting phase when an Adepta Sororitas unit from your army is selected to shoot. Until the end of that phase, each time an attack is made with an artificer-crafted Stormbolter by a model in that unit, on an unmodified hit roll of 6, the target suffers 2 mortal wounds and the attack sequence ends. A maximum of 6 mortal wounds can be inflicted per phase via this stratagem. So this works quite well with Dominion squads. You can take them in squads of 5, 5 to 10, and up to 4 of them can take special weapons, which includes the specially named artificer-crafted Stormbolters. So you run them in 5-man squads. 4 of them have got Stormbolters, and then for 1 CP, you're doing a ton of mortal wounds.
Yeah, no, that sounds
and
pretty...
the cap on that's pretty high, because the one we saw before was a cap of like 3 mortal wounds. This is 6 for 1 CP. I think that's really strong.
Well, it is cool, but it's instead of regular damage to be. It's not.
Yes, that's true.
And because each Artificer Stormbolter does 2 damage standard. So this is a really. I think this is a good stratagem as well. It's a great way of guaranteeing that those that you can get at least 6 mortal wounds or 6 wounds through.
And that can be on anything because it's on the hit roll. It doesn't matter really what you're shooting at. You're just going for volume of shots.
Yeah. And lest we forget, you can use miracle dice on for hit rolls. So if you just absolutely had to do 2 mortal wounds on something and you had a Stormbolter, that's where you're doing it.
That's true, actually. Yeah.
There we go. The stratagem I will choose, the last of the stratagems that we will talk about, is Holy Rage. So Holy Rage is a 1 or 2 CP stratagem. And the reason I wanted to talk about it, because I thought it was interesting, because it's one of those rare examples of a stratagem that if you abide by or essentially have some additional elements in play, there are differing effects effectively, which is actually quite interesting and something that we don't see that frequently. So use the stratagem at the start of your charge phase. Select one Adepta Sororitas core unit from your army. Until the start of your next command phase, that unit gains either the Zealot ability or the Fanatic ability. The Zealot ability we've already talked about. That's essentially re-rolling your hits after you've charged, were charged, or heroically intervene. But Fanatic is this unit is eligible to declare a charge in a turn in which it fell back. Now, where the CP variable comes into effect is in the final bit of text. If this unit is within 6 of an Adeptus Minotaurs Priest, then this stratagem costs 1 CP. Otherwise, it's 2 CP. So typically, with 1 or 2 CP stratagems, the relevant cost of the stratagem is based on size of the unit or other kind of stipulations. I think this is one of the only instances I can recall, and I can be wrong, obviously, but it's one of the few instances I can recall where having a specific character within range of a unit reduces the cost of a stratagem, linking that stratagem to them. But also what's really nice about this is they haven't made it so as it can only be performed if the Adeptus Minotaurs Priest is there. So it's not a stratagem that only impacts the priest. It's an ability that is amplified by having the priest, which I like. I think that's a really nicely put
It's super thematic. And is, as you say, it's a pretty new mechanic that they've not really used before. So, and I like that. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, that's why I felt like it was worth highlighting, because it seemed like a really interesting strat that was doing something different, which is always nice to see. But I imagine now we want to get on to Blessings of the Faithful, because there's an awful lot to talk about there.
I was just going to add, Dan, on another cool thing about Holy Rage is if that priest is within 6 inches, you probably also use the war hymn to give them additional attacks as well.
Oh yes.
So that's a snowballing ability there. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, no, that's incredible. And the fact that obviously it affects core units, I suppose, is interesting, because I assume the Repentia are not core units, right?
They are, actually. I'm pretty
sure.
Are they? Because even the
the Repentia core, even the Warsuits are core as well.
Yeah, Repentia core, Arco-Flagellants are core, which is interesting, but obviously they don't get an order. So yeah, but that is interesting to note.
Crikey blimey. Awesome. All right, let's get into the Blessings of the Faithful, because this is an interesting set of mechanics, much like the abilities that enhance your characters in other armies, except this one's got a bit of a twist to it. So who wants to do the honors? Richie, are you keen to chat through the Blessings of the Faithful, or Phil, do you want to take the reins?
I can do it, and then maybe Richard can correct me where I get it wrong.
Why not?
I'm not going to need to do that. You're going to get it. You're going to do it, Phil. You've got it covered.
Thanks very much. So yeah, you can use it to upgrade a Canoness or a Palatine model, a bit like how you can upgrade, your apothecary to your chief apothecary guy, and your chapter master, or your captain to a chapter master, for example. So they all increase in power level and points. So you've got Word of the Emperor costs 40 points, Rapturous Blows 25. So they all vary. You get 2 abilities associated with it. One of them they just get as standard, and then the other one requires a Blessing of the Faithful. So to use the Blessing of the Faithful in your command phase, you've got to discard a miracle dice, and then basically the value of that dice dictates the range that this miracle gives you. So it's effectively gives you an aura ability, but it's not classed as an aura ability for things that switch off aura abilities. So if you discard a miracle dice with a value of 1, the range of this ability is just 1 inch. If it's between 2 and 5, it's 3 inches. And if you discard a 6, it's 6 inches. I'll go through the first one, and then we can pass it around. So Word of the Emperor, so the default thing, this one's 40 points. The default thing that he gets, or she gets even, is at the start of a fight phase, you can select one enemy unit within 3 inches of this model. That unit is not eligible to fight this phase until after all eligible units from your army have done so. So fight last is pretty strong ability. And then the Miraculous ability, which is one that's range dependent on what miracle dice you've spent, is while an enemy unit is within miracle range of this model, each time a model in a friendly order core or order character unit makes a melee attack against that enemy unit, invulnerable saving throws cannot be made against that attack. Wow, that's really huge as well.
I mean, you can see why it's 40 points, right?
Yeah. So
I mean, that is a massive ability to be able to shut off invuln saves and then just wail on them because they have to fight last in combat.
Yes.
Yeah, crikey.
That is good. And I mean, obviously, the fight last is 3 inches, so really you only need to spend a miracle dice of 2 to also be within 3 inches for the miraculous ability to like take effect.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, no, you can absolutely understand why that costs an extra 40 points. Very strong. Rich, do you want to do the next one?
I can do the next one. Next one is Rapturous Blows. This one costs 25 points, so not quite as expensive. For this, the passive ability is add 1 to the strength and damage characteristics of all melee weapons this model is equipped with, excluding relics. So that's pretty good. That's pretty solid. It makes sense it doesn't affect relics, because otherwise it would be ridiculous.
Yes.
But that's still pretty good if you want to either go with a chainsword or a blessed blade. The miraculous ability, though, is while a friendly order core or character unit is within miracle range of this model, each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, an unmodified wound roll of 6, that attack inflicts 1 mortal wound in addition to the normal damage.
Imagine that on your Archoflagellants with their 9 attacks each.
Yeah, but they don't have the order keyword, so you can't use it.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I was too busy getting excited that it mentioned core, not the fact that it's order core.
You're super excited for your flagellants, but they don't have the order keywords. Unfortunately, they have limited synergies.
No, I know. That is one of the downsides to them.
But it's worth mentioning, though, that they haven't capped the amount of mortal wounds that this could potentially deliver, which is quite significant, right?
Yeah, especially if you've got a 20-man squad.
Yeah.
It's once per game, basically. So it's one turn per game you can activate that.
Still, though, I mean, yeah, that one turn, ooh, baby, it's gonna leave a dent.
I mean, it is on the wound roll, so you still got a hit, and you still got a wound. But I think that could be pretty devastating against something if you've got a big squad behind you.
Okay, yeah, sorry. So that was the thing you pointed out, Richard, that I didn't mention. So the miraculous abilities can only be activated once per battle, and you can't activate more than 1 per battle round. So that's something to take note. Yeah, but it's still good.
The next one on the list, although bizarrely, the way they've lined this up is quite weird, because in the table to the left of here, it's Blind Radiance, but in terms of the order that it appears, it's Divine Deliverance. So I'm going to do Divine Deliverance, even though it's not next on the table, but next in terms of the boxes. Anyway, Divine Deliverance, which also begs the question, by the way, whether they've mucked up and put the wrong points in the wrong places, because sometimes that denotes that kind of stuff, but I guess no one will know.
Well, I was going to say, it's interesting. It looks like they've, on the table, done it in descending order of points level, but it isn't, because the second one, it goes from 40, then down to 25, then back up to 30, then down to 20, 25, 15. So it sort of looks, it's still not quite right. So
it's very poorly laid out, is what we're saying.
And it's not in alphabetical order either. So yeah, it's a bit of an odd one.
Yeah, very strange. Anyway, Divine Deliverance. At the start of your opponent's command phase, select 1 enemy unit within 6 of this model. and select one aura ability that unit has. Roll 3d6. If the result is equal to or greater than the enemy unit's leadership characteristic, then until the start of your opponent's next command phase, that enemy loses that aura ability. Pretty big. I mean, okay, we're looking at a 15-point upgrade for Divine Deliverance, but the ability to turn off auras is pretty solid. Really good, many an army has many a good aura. So, yeah, being able to turn that off is pretty cool. And then if I miraculously do something, I will be, while a friendly order core or order character model is within miracle range of this model, each time a model makes a ranged attack, if that attack causes an enemy model to be destroyed until the end of the turn, subtract 1 from that enemy unit's leadership characteristic. The unit's leadership characteristic cannot be reduced by more than 3 as a result of this miraculous ability. So you're reducing leadership as well. Yeah, I mean, for 15 points, it's all right, isn't it?
I think it's pretty. I think it's pretty cool if you can get in the right position.
Yeah,
it, because it's unlike the other two, which you can see being kind of clearly used on a beat stick character with a Retouine. This one is much more more strategic in how you're using it. But I do very much like the idea of being able to turn off an aura, even though you've got to get really close. If you're able to get close enough and use that against an apothecary, or even if you're able to use it like a big buffing character that suddenly all of a sudden there's a Space Marine gun line is no longer re-rolling ones to hit or something, that could still have a big impact if you're able to get into the right place.
Yeah, real nice. Oh, sorry.
I was checking the walls. Yeah, because actually that turning off the invuln, A, you can do it every turn, and B, you don't need to still be alive for it to be active. It's not because it's as long as if you did like want to just run forward in some kind of crazy position and that turn off like an aura or turn off an apothecary's shrug, then it doesn't matter if you die the turn afterwards because you've kind of done what you need, or if you die in the process, you don't have to still be alive for that part to work.
Yeah, no, nice. All right, who's got the Emperor's Grace?
I presume I'll be doing it then.
I would presume so.
At the start of each of your command phases, this model is healed and regains D3 lost wounds. Each model can only be healed once per turn. It's all right.
Okay.
The miraculous ability is while a friendly order core or order character unit is within miracle range of this model, each time an attack is made against that unit, your opponent cannot reroll the hit roll, wound roll, or damage roll. Which is really good, but you've basically got to guess in advance what turn they're going to throw everything at that unit. I mean, maybe it's obvious, but to me, that's a bit of a tricky one to think ahead sometimes.
Yeah, it's a bit of a gamble, right? But if you get it right, and to be fair, even if you don't get it right, I suppose it affects what your opponent's going to be doing, so it might affect the way that they play. Yeah. They might not be interested in being as aggressive as a result of you bringing this into play.
Sure.
So
it might be one of those things like, again, if you're going to run a 20 man squad, like you turn 1, you're out of line of sight, maybe, for example, so you're not going to do it then. But turn 2, that's when you're moving up the board out into the open, and that's where you use this to keep that squad survivable for the key turn that they need to be somewhere doing something. And then after that, they can get into place to do their thing. So yeah, it could be good.
Yeah, no, agreed.
I think it's got really good utility in that. I think it's depending on who you're playing against. But someone who plays against a lot of Space Marines, because I play Warhammer 40,000, you're often getting subjected to re-rolling of hits or re-rolling of wounds, and just being able to take a small bubble of your army and just say turn that off. Even on turn 1, if you've got a lot of your stuff near this character, it's like, all of a sudden, all that buffing strength that your opponent's got just does, in terms of all the rerolls, it just doesn't work. And I think that can be huge, especially early in the game when an army's just got using those benefits. Like, I'm going to reroll all my hits, and I'll reroll all my wounds. Like, they're not on this section of my army, not this turn. Yes, if they're smart, they'll be shooting somewhere else. But you kind of
because it actually affects multiple units. It's just any unit within range. which could be up to 6 inches, or more likely 3. So yeah, that really does negate like sort of like turn 1 alpha strike, for example. Quite a defensive thing.
Righteous Judgment, Rich.
I'm glad I got this one because this is I told you in advance. This is one I really like. So Righteous Judgment is a 25-point upgrade, and what this does to the character is each time you select a target for this model's ranged weapons, you can ignore the Lookout Sir rule, not the podcast, just the rule. Each time this model makes a ranged attack, an unmodified wound roll of 6 inflicts 1 mortal wound on the target in addition to any normal damage. And its miraculous ability is when a friendly core or character model is within miracle range, each time that model makes a ranged attack, the target does not receive the benefits of cover against that attack. I think this is amazing. The miraculous ability is really solid, that you can have a bubble around part of your army that is now ignoring cover. The opponent ignores the benefits of cover. It's all cover, which means you ignore dense cover, you ignore light cover. So that's great. Well, I really love the passive element of ignoring Lookout Sir, because there's a couple of really good pistol relics you can get. For example, the Mastered Lady one we referred to earlier, 12-inch range with a strength 9 pistol with D6 plus 3 damage.
Yeah, so that's really good.
I'm going to shoot that. You can just like snipe characters doing D6 plus 3 damage. That's incredible. The Mortal Wounds is nice. There's a relic bolt pistol with 4 shots, so that could be proccing on that. I think it's a really nice thing because I like it a lot because it is a bit more shooty focused as well. So many more of the other sisters things are very melee based. I like the idea of having some kind of like mid-range shooty characters or units, and this really supports that. So I think it's awesome. I like that a lot.
Yeah, no, honestly, yeah, immediately, obviously strong, especially when you start implementing or including the other, like, pistol relics that are doing the rounds. So no, I mean, yeah, totally agree, mate. That is a rather good one. The last one, Blinding Radiance. This is 30 points. So I'm assuming it's going to be pretty good. Each time a ranged attack is made against a model, it's made against this model, subtract 1 from that attack's wound roll. Yeah, no, that is actually pretty good. -1 to an actual wound roll is pretty strong. -1 toughness or -1 strength in this instance is pretty good as well. But -1 to the roll has much more kind of universal application, or much more. Yeah, it's just better. No, I like that. And then the miraculous ability. While a friendly order core or order character unit is within miracle range of this model, each time a ranged attack is made against that unit, subtract 1 from that attack's hit roll. Again, pretty solid. Decent. Yeah. Being -1 to hit is pretty good. So yeah, awesome. That was all right, that was all right. An interesting set of abilities. I think there are some obvious ones there, but again, there's a lot of potential for different builds and different methodologies in terms of how you're going to approach it. But yeah, cool. Some nice additional flavor, which is always nice.
I think you're going to see a lot of Palatines rocking these bonuses as well, because with the rule you can only take 1 Canoness now. You're not going to be spamming those out there, and you can effectively, you've got the points, you can take all of these. I don't think you'd want to take all of them because they get quite expensive. But there's some cool stuff you can do with these, and they're a lot of fun as well. There's some cool little strategies. It's something feels very quite unique as well. So I'm really excited to try to be using these.
No, totally, man. No, real good. We're going to skip Warlord traits and relics for those of you who are, desperately interested in Warlord traits and relics. Apologies, but it tends to be that they're relatively much of a muchness. But the thing that seemingly is quite unique about the sisters is their hymns of battle. So we really want to make sure that we do that justice over and above the relatively standard elements. So, hymns of battle. What's that all about?
So hymns of battle, effectively, it's a bit like your chaplain abilities for your Space Marines. Only priests can chant these hymns, and you've effectively got 2 types of priests. You've got the Cult Imperialis priests, while Richard drops things on the table. Again, no doubt. So you got the Cult Imperialis ones, which are the gentleman priests predominantly. And then you've got the lady priests, which is the Adepta Sororitas priests. The lady priests get access to all 6 of the hymns of battle, plus the sort of free one, which is the war hymns. Most of the, or in fact, all of the Cult Imperialis ones only get access to the first 3, and including the war hymn. And then some of them, for example, such as the preacher, only gets access to the war hymn. And then basically to be able to successfully cast your war hymn in your command phase, basically you roll a 3+ and it's successful and it is activated. I'll go through the war hymn because that's the main one. We can potentially skip over.
I was just going to say, I'm glad they made that really easy to follow. Glad they didn't just add unnecessary levels of complexity.
I don't think it's that complex. Once you've read it.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's just one of those things. I'm getting so tired of Games Workshop and all the layers of unnecessary complexity is all I'm going to say.
Okay.
We haven't got to the fact there are 4 priests yet.
Well, indeed.
There are lots of different types, yeah. So, yeah, a war hymn. If this hymn is inspiring, select one friendly Adeptus Ministorum core, Adeptus Ministorum character, or Engine of Redemption unit within 6 inches of the priest. Until the start of your next command phase, add 1 to the attacks characteristic of models in that unit. And as I mentioned earlier, Adeptus Ministorum core, I believe, does cover those archoflagellants.
It does, Phil.
It does. I was just double checking. It does. So yeah,
you can buff your freaks with this.
Yeah, that's what I want. So yeah, that's that. Do we want to go through any of the others?
I mean, you tell me, mate. I mean, feel free. You do you. I mean, if you want to go through all of them, we'll go through all of them.
And we could go through them quickly.
Come on, let's go through them quickly. Come on, Rich, do the next one.
So the first one is what I'll do is I'll read the 3 that are available only to the missionaries, and Phil, you can do the other ones that are also available to the sororitas. Let's split it up that way. That sound good?
Fair enough.
There we go. He's smiling. Well, listeners might not know that I can see his face because it's like there's a video. Anyway, so the first one is Refrain of Blazing Piety. And if this hymn is inspiring, select 1 enemy unit that is within 12 inches of and visible to this priest model. That unit suffers D3 mortal wounds, and if the unit has a chaos keyword, it suffers 3 mortal wounds, which is pretty cool. It's a short range smite basically,
which is lovely. I mean, there you go.
Which is pretty solid, and that's open to all of them. The second is the Chorus of Spiritual Fortitude, and if this hymn is inspiring, you select 1 friendly Adeptus Ministorum core, Adeptus Ministorum character, or Engine of Redemption that is within 6 inches of the priest model, and if that unit or its models are being affected by any psychic powers manifested by enemy models, the effects of those psychic powers on that unit and its models end. Until the start of your next command phase, that unit and the models it contains are not affected by any psychic power manifested by enemy units. I like this one, especially. It's like it's sort of a deny the witch or preventative. It doesn't stop the power; it just means that unit is no longer affected by it. And as someone who's been hit by things like Doom, I think that's pretty good. As a way to be able to prevent you from getting attacked by psychic powers. I think that's pretty nice. It's very short range, but I think that's got some good utility to it.
Yeah, no, seems great. I mean, yeah, being able to turn off the effect of those sorts of psychic powers is no bad thing. So, good on them.
And number 3 is the Psalm of Righteous Smiting. This is the traditional turn the priest chaplain type model into a beat stick of his own. If this hymn inspires, the priest adds 1 to his strength and attacks characteristics, and you improve the armor penetration of his melee weapons by 1, excluding relics. And at the end of the fight phase, if the priest is in engagement range of any enemy units, it can fight an additional time. It's that last bit that makes it particularly cool, because usually they just kind of buff their character, but this lets him fight twice, which is pretty cool. And I think that's a pretty good one. And I can go to any of the different priests available to the Sisters of Battle, and I think that's pretty cool.
Are there any especially good beat stick priests that you can think of? Maybe like some of the crazy characters or whatever, the Adepta Sororitas varieties, I suppose.
So a lot of them have a kind of mini eviscerator now. The it's the preacher has a kind of mini eviscerator. Although I don't think he can actually take.
The dog martyr's got that big mace. +2 strength, -2 damage.
I heard good things about the dog martyr overall. I think that, despite having an utterly atrocious model, I hear the rules are quite good.
You just need to change the head for it.
Yeah, so she knows the Warhammer
plus
one other.
Sorry, Phil, we were talking over you there.
I was just saying she knows the Warhammer plus one other, so you could obviously take the Song of Righteous Smiting.
Nice one.
No, she can also give.
She can also give
a core unit's the objective secured ability,
which is insanely strong.
And if it already has it, it counts as having an additional model when determining the amount.
Can she give characters obsec, or is it just core?
Just order core, it says.
Okay. Because that would be really annoying, because obsec characters are really, really frustrating.
And also, she's got an aura ability, which gives friendly core units performing an action within 6 inches. They can shoot without failing that action.
Well, that's huge as
well.
So
she can make them set on an objective, have objective secured, and they can perform an action and still shoot. That's pretty good.
While also benefiting from some of these hymns.
Yeah.
It's what a shame that such a god-awful model has such amazing rules.
It is an awful model.
Yeah, it's terrible. I mean, fortunately, it can't be that hard to convert it out as something better.
Another option is the missionary, because you can the missionary. I was just double checking to make sure I wasn't incorrect. It does look like you can give the missionary. There's a relic chainsword, which while you won't get the bonus to the AP with that, you will still be able to fight twice with it, which is pretty cool.
Very cool.
Yeah.
All right.
So the next one is Litany of Enduring Faith. If this hymn is inspiring, select one friendly Adepta Sororitas core or Adepta Sororitas character unit within 6 inches of this priest model. The invulnerable save models in that unit received from the Shield of Faith ability is improved by 1 to a maximum of 4+.
Crikey.
It's normally 6+ though.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's solid. There's less ways.
Very solid.
There's less ways to improve it than there used to be. In the Sisters Codex, so that's a good one.
Yeah, I mean, to give them a 5 up's pretty good. Next one is Verse of Holy Piety. If this hymn is inspiring, select one friendly Adepta Sororitas core or character unit within 6 of the priest model. Select one sacred rite that is not active for your army. That rite is active for that unit in addition to any others that are active for your army. That's a pretty good one, actually.
Yeah, that's not bad.
And then the last one is Catechism of the Repugnance. If this hymn is inspiring, select one friendly Adepta Sororitas core or character unit within 6 inches of the priest model. Each time a model in that unit makes a ranged attack with a bolt weapon, an unmodified hit roll of a 6 automatically wounds the target. And if the attack targets a unit within half range, the AP characteristic is improved by 1. That could be pretty good. That's a really good one.
If you had like loads of storm bolters or whatever, and you're within half range,
yeah,
that is pretty mad.
That's
I think
good.
Richie's mum's just turned up as well now.
Yeah, we're getting a visitor to the podcast.
Okay, we're literally getting everything going on in this one. We'll pause for a moment. Hang on.
2 hours later.
All right, so there's all that. Now, let's talk about some units, for goodness sake, because good lord. God, this is the thing with modern 40k. Again, I hate being that guy, but good lord, it's such a faff now, isn't it? It definitely makes reviewing these things more complicated. I can say that much. So for all those who wanted us hear our opinions on the various warlord traits and relics, we apologize, but we want to get into these units and start talking about stuff that we've observed or that we think look interesting. So I guess I'll get the ball rolling, because I think there is a few new units that definitely deserve discussion. And Morven Val is definitely up there as the number one. Heavily lauded as the bestest thing in this book. Morven Val is a supreme commander, and as such is able to be taken in the much, revered Supreme Command detachment. What's really good about that is that you can look at having Morven Val in other armies other than just Adepta Sororitas, because she is keyword Imperium. You could have her as your warlord of Astra Militarum, Custodes, Inquisition, Retinues, Space Marines even. She can pretty much lead any Imperium army that you want her to, which could still, at this moment in time, where there are not stipulations around pure army lists receiving specific benefits, there could be a number of actually quite good opportunities to add her in. Imperial Knight armies, for example, although they get quite expensive for CP if you don't take the Warlord from the Imperial Knight faction. But yeah, Custodes armies, that kind of stuff. Anyway, what's the big old hullabaloo around Morven Val? Movement 8, weapon skill ballistic or 2+, strength and toughness 5, 8 wounds, 5 attacks, leadership 9, and a 2+ save. Equipped with a bunch of stuff, which I'll talk about now. The Fideless, whatever it's called. Fideless. It is basically a heavy bolter that's strength 6 rather than strength 5. Oh, and heavy 3, which is the same as a heavy bolter. So it's like a heavy bolter, but a strength 6 heavy bolter. Then you've got the Paragon missile launcher, which is basically a Typhoon missile launcher. That is to say that you can fire a frag missile or a crack missile, except in this case they are called the Sanctorum missile, which essentially is the frag variant, and a Priorus missile, which is the crack variant. Where they differ from the Typhoon missile launcher is a Typhoon missile launcher is range 48, whereas this is range 36. So not as good, but then those aren't on top of Morven Val all that often. And then melee-wise, the Lance of Illumination comes in a sweeping blow form, which is strength 5, which is strength user, -2 AP, 1 damage. But each time you attack with this, you make 2 hit rolls instead of 1. So essentially you go up to having 10 attacks. Or you use the Lunging Strike, which is strength +3, making it strength 8, -3, flat 3 damage. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, an unmodified roll of a 6, target suffers 1 mortal wound in addition to any normal damage. So you're dishing out mortal wounds and 3 damage attacks. There's a bunch of abilities, so I'll go through it fairly quickly. Purgator, Mirabilis, Warsuit. Jesus. This model has a 4+ invulnerable save. Each time this model would lose a wound on a D6 roll of a 4+, that wound is not lost. That is crazy. Shrugging off wounds on a 4+ is madness. Holy Aegis. Each time an attack is allocated to this model, half the damage characteristic of attack. So not only are you shrugging off wounds... Oh, sorry.
Only mortal wounds.
Mortal wounds. Yes, sorry. There we go. That's why that's good. Fine. So mortal wounds on a 4+, but you are also halving all the damage you take, which is insanely good. Righteous Repugnance. Once per battle at the end of the fight phase, if this model is within engagement range of any enemy unit, it can fight again. Goodness gracious, that is crazy good. High Lord of the Imperium. If your army is battle forged, this model must be your army's warlord. If more than one model in your army has the rule this affects, then one of those models must be your army's warlord. Abyss Sanctorum. While friendly Adepta Sororitas core units are within 6 of this model, each time a model in that unit makes an attack, reroll hit rolls of 1 and wound rolls of 1. Goodness gracious me. And then command of the Adepta Sororitas. If your command phase, select one friendly Adepta Sororitas core or Adepta Sororitas character unit within 6, and they get to basically reroll all hits and all wounds. And lastly, if she dies, she can explode on the roll of a 6, which will do 1 mortal wound to models within 6.
I mean, it's also worth noting that if she is your warlord, which she has to be, she gets the warlord trait Righteous Rage, which is reroll all hit rolls and all wound rolls in combat. So that makes her really good.
Good lord. How many points is she? 280 odd?
265.
Flipping hell. She's better than Gilliman. Yeah.
No. Well, I've read like in some ways she appears to be, but she's only got toughness 5. She's got 8 wounds, which is a lot of wounds, but she doesn't have any kind of come back to life nonsense.
That's literally the only point. That's the only thing that Gilliman's got on her, and the fact that Gilliman can hit like a truck. But, like, that's crazy good.
She is really good.
She's got some really good buffing abilities, able to do, one unit gets reroll all hit rolls and all wound rolls. That's really good. So
I suppose where she isn't as good as Gilliman is that Gilliman benefits Imperium units as well as Ultramarines, whereas Morgan Val only can help out Adepta Sororitas stuff.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame.
Yeah, I feel like they should have put in some Imperium perks, like the reroll ones to hit, maybe. But c'est la vie. She is well good. Everyone on the internet has said as much. Now we have done the same. Someone else, please talk about something.
I'll let Richard go next.
Okay, I'm going to talk about my... there are so many great characters in here. I'm particularly fond of the new rules for Celestine and the Gemini Superior. So for people who will remember from previous editions, the Celestine and her Gemini were separate. They're now one unit. And they are very, very cool. I'm trying to remember, do we read out all the stats?
You don't have to. You
Okay.
freestyle it, man. You do what you want to do.
Well, I don't want to mess up and drop my phone again.
Well, don't drop your phone again.
I've moved it to the side. It's not the thing. Okay.
Okay.
So Celestine. So they have very similar profiles now. They both Celestine moves 12. She has weapon skill and skill 2+. Strength toughness is 3 because she's just a sister. 6 wounds, 6 attacks, leadership 9, and a 2-up save. And she is armed with the Ardent Blade. And that's it. She's armed with the Ardent Blade, which has 2 profiles. It's a heavy flamer with strength, which is strength. Well, it's not a heavy flamer. It's like a flamer. It's assault d6, strength 6, AP -2, and in melee it's strength +4, AP -4, flat 2 damage. But if you roll a unmodified 6 to hit, it just goes straight and does 2 mortal wounds and the attack sequence ends. So it's not additional. It just means if you roll a 6 to hit, there's 2 straight mortal wounds that go through onto the opponent.
Can I ask a really stupid question? But why is the shooting attack and the melee attack not next to each other and is split by the bolt pistol profile in between the 2 of them? That seems really weird.
Yeah, come on, Richie. Why did you design the book that way?
I am assuming, Phil, that's because they have put the shooting weapons at the top and then the melee weapons at the bottom in the order, and then it made more sense.
Just put the bolt pistol at the top, though. Eh?
I think I could imagine
graphic design going on here.
I imagine there was a debate where they said, "Do we want to put the Ardent Blade both profiles together?" And they said, "Well, the result is we have to say the first thing is a bolt pistol, which is a bit less exciting."
Yeah, they could have grouped it by bolt pistol, Ardent Blade shooting, and then melee Ardent Blade. But maybe they were like, no, it needs to be in weirdly alphabetical, but not. Yeah. And weird.
Also, they're both white in the layout. I mean, this is very important for people reading along at home with us, so they know how we're referring to that. But it's very important.
I'm just having a look through. Yeah, it tends to be pistols first, then shooting guns, then melee at the bottom.
To your point, it is weird.
But by that logic, the bolt pistol should have been at the top.
In that case, it would make sense that they did them split so that they're the easiest to read because they've got the white background.
Oh wow!
Yeah, but the background color is just alternating, so it would have been
right. But it means when you're looking at it, the Ardent Blade is the 2 that you're easiest to see. So you're seeing what Celestine's weapons are. And then the bolt pistols and the power swords, which are actually owned by the Gemini, are on the grey background.
Okay, I'm just going to put it down as a mistake.
If there are any people who work at Games Workshop on designing the books and how they do the layout and the graphic design, please do put in the comments.
Get your copy editor to have words with me, and we can discuss it.
There you go.
Oh, hello. There we go. Very stern.
Gloves are coming off from Phil today.
You're going off to head teacher's office now.
Exactly.
Well, in trouble.
You've been a naughty boy.
All right, but why do I think Celestine and the Gemini are particularly cool this time around? Because their rules are different to in previous editions. Firstly, the Gemini have the Life Wards ability. Firstly, they are counted as one unit. Despite the fact there's 3 models, it's all one unit, so they have to remain in coherency. And there's various rules which affect both. And it has a Life Wards ability. So while this unit contains any Gemini superior models, each time an attack successfully wounds this unit, that attack must be allocated to one of those models. The destruction of a Gemini superior model is ignored for the purposes of morale tests. If Celestine is ever destroyed, any remaining Gemini superior models in the unit are also destroyed. This is kind of cool. It basically means the Gemini have kind of like void shields, in that you have to kill them first. So there's basically got these 2 wound bullet shields, which is really cool. Next ability is Divine Guardians. The Gemini superior models have a 4+ invulnerable save. Very good, very solid, and doesn't need any buffs from other elements. They just have for the Shield of Faith. They straight up have a 4 in them. Celestine, however, she has the armor of Saint Catherine, so she has a 4+ invulnerable save. And each time an attack is allocated to Celestine, you subtract 1 from the damage characteristic of that attack. That is what is written in the book. There's a lot of belief that is supposed to say to a minimum of 1. And I think it's safe to assume it probably is meant to be to a minimum of 1. But it doesn't say that at present. And we won't get into that debate.
Until it says it, then that is not how it is. Unless, of course,
hasn't it been updated on the app though? Didn't you say, Richard?
No. Well, okay. Well, so it's been updated in the app for the Paragon Warsuits, who do have a similar rule, because the Paragon Warsuits also say reduce the damage the attack by 1, but it doesn't say to a minimum of 1. That has been updated in the app. Celestine has not been updated in the app, so we'll wait and see when the next update comes through, or if there's ever an errata released at some point. But probably best to agree with your opponent how you're playing the rules before you start playing the game, because that could be contentious for some.
Indeed.
But then she also has the Miraculous Intervention rule. The first time Celestine is destroyed, roll 1d6 at the end of the phase instead of using any rules that are triggered when a model is destroyed, e.g. sacrifice, which is a stratagem. On a 1, no, actually it's not a stratagem. Sacrifice is how you gain the miracle dice, so our stratagems are like bringing people back to life as well. But on a 1, this unit counts as having been destroyed for the purposes of sacrifice, so you get your miracle dice. However, on a 2+, set Celestine back up on the battlefield as close as possible to where she was destroyed and not within engagement range of any enemy units, with all of her wounds remaining. So effectively, the first time she dies on a 2+, she comes back to life with all 6 of her wounds. That's pretty good. I mean, if you're like me, you're going to roll a 1, but it's pretty good when you don't.
Mate, I mean, yeah, very strong.
I mean, I remember that game we played, Dan, when you had Gilliman and I had Celestine, and we both rolled a 1 for our respective abilities.
I mean, it was a strong performance that day.
There were no heroes that day on either side.
No, indeed.
She also has a Saintly Blessings aura. So while a friendly Imperium infantry unit is within 6 inches of Celestine, models in that unit have a 6+ invulnerable save. It's kind of cool. If you find the right synergy for that, for finding the right Imperium infantry unit, get the 6+ invuln. Very exciting. Celestine now has Sky Strike, which is basically Deep Strike. And what's cool about that is she didn't used to have it. Everyone assumed she did. She didn't. But she now does have it, so you can Deep Strike Celestine and her Gemini onto the board, which is very cool.
Very cool.
Angelic Savior. This unit is eligible to perform a heroic intervention if it is within 6 inches horizontally and 5 inches vertically. And each time this unit makes a heroic intervention, its models can move up to 6 inches instead of 3. All other rules apply. We're seeing this rule more and more. It's got good utility, and that's the whole unit. So that's a Gemini and Celestine. So you can kind of position well, so you'll be able to get more opportunities to do that.
Strong.
Okay, next up we have a particularly cool change to the rules, which is the Healing Tears. And while a model in this unit has lost any wounds, or while this unit is below its starting strength, Celestine can attempt the following action. And that is the Healing Tears action. So this unit can start this action at the end of your command phase, and the action is completed at the end of your shooting phase, provided Celestine is still in the battlefield. And the things it does is, 1, if a model in this unit has lost any wounds, all of that model's lost wounds are restored. And secondly, if this unit is below its starting strength, One Gemini superior model is returned to the unit with their 4 wounds remaining. This is amazing. Frankly speaking, it's really cool. It basically says if Celestine is not in combat she's not locked in combat, she's going to get all her wounds back at the beginning on her turn, and she'll bring back one of her Gemini as another meat shield, as it were, as well each turn. So she's brilliant. She's very survivable getting across the board. She can run, and she can't hit you like the biggest truck ever. She'll do some good damage when she hits, but unless you completely destroy her, she's probably going to just keep coming back to life. I think it's a really, really cool mechanic for her, and yeah, can't wait to be testing her out on the battlefield.
Yeah, it seems almost absurdly good in some regards, but I guess again, it's one of those situations that you're just going to need to really, you just got to lay into her and get rid of her as quickly as possible. What's really interesting about this, though, as well, and I don't know if this was the case before, but Celestine now is a character unit all in. So her and her Geminis are all character keyword. So you can't even target them, given the amount of wounds that they have, if they're not the closest model outside of 3 of a vehicle or a unit of 3 models, which is rather ridiculous, unless Phil has an opinion.
No, I think that's right. But also, if you kill all of them, each one gives up the points for assassination.
Yes. Yeah. Which is cool, but like the thing is still though, it's like she is tough to get rid of. She is extra tough when you can't even interact with her or her Geminis until they're in your face, which is crazy. And they've got the holy not Trinity, because there's not 3 keywords here, but they've got fly and infantry, which is such a strong combo. Being infantry and fly is massive in 9th edition. That alone makes them great. The fact that they're characters as well is crazy. The fact that they're never going to die. Yeah, it literally just dials these guys up to 11.
I could see you wanting to bomb them up the board with either Seraphim or Zeraphim to effectively do that lookout sir screening.
Yeah.
I feel like every time we say look out sir, our listeners should be having a drink. We should make it a drinking game.
Have you not?
No, but we should do.
Okay. It's funny, isn't it? Because when we started doing this podcast, Lookout Sir was an old 7th edition rule that wasn't in 8th, so we thought that we were being smart. Now it's everywhere. But I suppose maybe that's us being even smarter. Awesome.
One thing I did want to say on Phil's comics, I've seen it mentioned a lot about giving up assassination points.
Yeah.
Point 1 is that it only counts if they're dead at the end of the game. So every time, so Celestine brings them all back, she's still got all of them. She doesn't give away any points. But also, we haven't got time to really kind of go into it, but today. But there's so many good characters available to the sisters that you're going to be taking lots of them to be giving you good melee options, good buffing options. I think you're probably going. I think if you're playing a Sisters of Battle, you're probably going to be giving up assassination points anyway. So I don't think completely. So what I see, it looks like Celestine is going to be an issue in that regard. I think she's the least of the issues when it comes to giving up assassinations for sisters.
Yeah, just more endemic of a wider problem that the army suffers from in general, I think.
Yeah, but again, I mean, every army's got to have some, minor negatives. I appreciate that, a lot of people who are looking at the most kind of like tournament optimized builds don't want to be able to conceive any secondaries, but again, you're taking all these characters because they're unlocking all sorts of really great abilities and powers and adding a lot of really cool elements to the army. And I like the fact that it's very character heavy because I think it really kind of, communicates the personality of the list and gets across what really makes it, unique and pretty great. So this is the thing. I mean, and it also as well, like, not everyone all the time is playing super optimized tournament games, right? Like some people might be playing a Maelstrom mission. Some people might be playing the open war deck. I get it. It's bad for a very, very, very specific sliver of gameplay, but that doesn't mean that that's representative of everyone's experiences. I do worry that we consistently talk about everything from a GT mission pack perspective when there's a lot more to it than just that. But yes, if you are playing in a tournament, you will lose out on Assassinate a lot. Oh well. It's, I don't know how much more you can sort of say about it in that regard.
Fair enough. Shall I move on? Go on, Richard. Sorry.
But you will be getting miracle dice every time you give up an assassination point, so it kind of balances out.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
And I mean, in the competitive mindset anyway, you just kind of, you just take a bunch of secondaries where you score points for standing in places, and then it doesn't really matter anyway. Just deal with that. It's fine.
Well, it's like complaining about that running knights and complaining that Titan Hunters is a thing.
Exactly.
It's like your army's good at a thing, and there's a way people can be countering that.
But I do understand for those who are of the competitive mindset that inherent issue is an issue, and it shouldn't necessarily just be brushed aside or ignored. But I think for the greater majority of players, unless you're planning on winning, or attending and coming in the top 5 of the next big, LVO or whatever, you probably don't really need to massively concern yourself about it. But I mean, again, I appreciate everyone interprets every gameplay scenario as needing to be the GT mission pack these days. So fair enough. But yeah, who cares? It's fine.
So do I get to do my pick now?
Please do.
Thank you. I'm going to go for Ephriel Stern and Kaigenel of the Bloody Tears.
Not the Arcoflagellants.
Well, I'm sure I'll get onto that later.
Okay.
I thought we'd do some more of the characters.
All right.
So Ephriel Stern, movement 8. In fact,
the Demonifuge.
The Demonifuge, who apparently she is seen by some as witchery. She has. According to the little cutout text. So her and Kaigenel have movement 8 inches, weapon skill 2+, ballistic skill 2+. She has strength 4, he has strength 3. They both have toughness 3. She has 6 wounds, he has 5 wounds. She has 5 attacks, he has 4 attacks. She has leadership 9, he has leadership 8. She is slightly better in every way. She even has a 3+ save, and he has a 6+ save. She's equipped with a bolt pistol, Sanctity, which is a sword, frag grenades, crack grenades. Kaigenel is equipped with Kaigenel's Kiss and the Outcast Blades, plasma grenade. You can only include one of them both. They are basically a bit like the last lot, 2 characters as 1 unit. Kaigenel's Kiss is a melee weapon, +1 strength, -1 AP, 2 damage. His Outcast Blade, also melee weapon, strength user, which is 3, -1, 1 damage. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, make 2 hit rolls instead of 1. She's got Sanctity, which is a melee weapon, +2 strength, so that's 6, -3 AP, 2 damage. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, invulnerable saving throws cannot be made against this attack, which is pretty good.
That's big.
They all have Zealot, so that's re-rolling your hit rolls on the turn in which you was charged, or made a heroic intervention. They've got Wanderers. During deployment, you can set them up in the webway, and you can bring them back on like Deep Strike 9 inches away from anyone else. They've got Divine Protection, so models in this unit have a 4+ invulnerable save. Each time an attack is made against that unit, subtract 1 from the hit roll and 1 from the wound roll. Oh, that's good. That makes them pretty durable. They've also got Mysterious Savior. While this unit contains Kaigenel, each time an attack successfully wounds this unit, that attack must be allocated to Kaigenel. Each time Kaigenel would lose a wound on a 5+, that wound is not lost for destruction purposes. Kaigenel is ignored for morale purposes. And if Ephriel Stern is ever destroyed, Kaigenel is also destroyed. Sort of similar rules that we've seen in Celestine and also some of the other characters, how that works. We've got the Knight of Shadows rule. So while this unit contains Kaigenel at the start of the fight phase, if this unit is within engagement range of any enemy units, it can fight first this phase. That's really good. Then we've finally got the Demonifuge Aura ability. While a chaos unit is within 6 inches of this model, subtract 1 from the leadership characteristic of that of that unit. Each time that unit fails a morale test, 1 additional model automatically flees from the unit. That's all right, I guess.
That's all right, yeah. I like that.
We've also got Bolts of Holy Judgment. At the start of your shooting phase, roll 2d6, add 2 to the result if there are any chaos units within 18 inches of Ephraim's stern. On a 5+, the nearest enemy unit that is within 18 inches of the and visible to Ephraim's stern suffers D3 mortal wounds. If the result is 10 or more, that unit suffers D6 mortal wounds. So it's effectively a smite done in the shooting phase, because that's their psychic power. But not a psychic power. You can't deny it, basically.
An undeniable smite. Interesting point, just to double back to something you said earlier. So when Harlequin lad drops dead, he's not counted for morale purposes.
Yeah.
That isn't the same for the Gemini and Celestine squad, right?
I thought it was.
Was
so,
it? Okay,
for the destruction of Gemini superior models is ignored for the purposes of morale. And if Celestine is destroyed, they're also destroyed.
Okay, because I do remember now, just thinking about it, there was a funny time where someone had to spend 2 CP in a game against my old Hemlock list because I had killed the 2 Gemini and the Celestine squad, and then had a Hemlock within range, which would have been -2. So if they had rolled a 6, they would have lost Celestine to a morale check. But obviously, that was 8th edition. This is now.
Well, interestingly, would you still have to take the morale test and you just ignore the models for the purposes of morale test? So, the effects that it has on your dice roll, but you still have to take the leadership test.
No. Well, at least for Celestine, it's specifically the destruction of the Gemini superiors is ignored for the purposes of morale tests, so they were never removed. So you would never need to take a morale test because you haven't lost any units.
Yeah, I guess so. Okay.
Yeah.
And is it the same wording for Kaiganil?
Yeah, no, it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I just bring it up because that was an old weird quirk, and this was before the sisters even had a book. That was the old. This was the Index Celestine as well, for what it was worth. Cool.
Way back when. There's one more rule to go through, which is unexpected allies. This unit can only be included in Adepta Sororitas detachment or in an auxiliary support detachment. Ephraim Stern cannot be selected as your warlord if she is included in an auxiliary support detachment. Interesting.
Well, there you go. Can only be included in an Adepta Sororitas detachment or an auxiliary support detachment. How very bizarre, but whatever.
Yeah,
I mean, isn't that...
I guess the wording is to allow you to take them in another detachment for another army as your unexpected allies, as an auxiliary support detachment.
Well, because I guess with the way the unit works, they've got the Aeldari keyword, so technically, you could take them in a Aeldari army, so you could take them in a Drakari army.
Well, they don't have it as a faction keyword, though.
Yeah.
In fact, they don't have the Elder keyword at all. It's just Imperium.
Well, I think it also makes a difference because if you wanted to give them the Warlord trait, because you can only you can't give them the Warlord trait, and the Warlord trait for her, if you were to do that, would give her is a 6-inch aura of subtract 1 from leadership of models that are within 6, and combat attrition tests you also subtract 1 from, which would double up
down with the Demifuge. Yeah.
So if you were inclined to do that, I don't think you should, because I think there are better warlord traits you'd want to be giving to people.
True. I kind of like her ability to come down, try and kill some characters within run saves.
Yeah, no, I genuinely think the unit's super. Well, and again, it's a double character unit again, super interesting. Never seen these before, and then all of a sudden, there's 4 of them or something in this book, right? Which is crazy. Because
you've also got Astrid Thuga and Agathai Dolan, which is obviously my favourite model. But
I assume you were going to talk about those, because I assume we're going to do a second pick and then wrap this up, right?
Yeah, it depends if you want to do any more characters or just talk about actual units.
No, it's up to, well, it depends what you choose, right? I mean, the decision is with you. I'm going to do the next one. Which is going to be the Paragon Warsuit, because everyone loves a Paragon Warsuit. There was a lot of, hubbub about the Paragon Warsuits because they're quite expensive according to the Codex listings. That, and there's the whole thing that we've talked about multiple times already, being the whole -1 damage stipulation. But long story short, they're little dreadnoughts, little killer cans that will cause you no end of bother. They've got 4 wounds each, movement 8, weapon skill ballistic 3, toughness 5, and a 2+ armor save, which is rather good. Weapon-wise, you can arm them with a bunch of different stuff. In terms of the stuff that's unique to them, you're looking at their melee weapons, such as the Paragon Warblade and the Paragon War Mace. Paragon Warblade is +1 strength, so strength 6, -3, flat 2 damage. Each time the bearer fights, it can make 1 additional attack with its weapon. And then the War Mace, which is strength +4, so strength 9, -2, flat 3 damage. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, subtract 1 from the attack's hit roll, which is pretty understandable. They've got Axes of Faith, Sacred Rite, Shields of Faith, and the Paragon Warsuit. Each time an attack is allocated to the model in this unit, subtract 1 from the damage characteristics of that attack, which, as we have already established, is to a minimum of 1. Now I understand, as per the 40k app. Right, Rich?
That is correct.
Lovely. And they're cool, right? So think about everything we said earlier in terms of synergies, and then think that you can apply it to a bunch of crazy Paragon Warsuits, which is all sorts of fun. You can have them advancing and counting as stationary. You can take them as the Bloody Rose and have them, adding 1 to their attacks and doing all sorts of other nonsense. They are a big bag of fun. They're going to be hard to get rid of, and they are going to hit like a truck. And because they're vehicles, even if they don't kill you in the first round of combat, and you foolishly stay in combat with them, they're going to keep on going at you, because they can still shoot you in the in your following turn. So yeah, I am nothing but impressed by this unit. I think it is pretty good, is what I would say. I don't know if anyone wants to elaborate in any way on them. They're just little dreadnoughts that will hit like a truck and move around and be bothersome.
Yeah, I like them.
I think there's one challenge with them, is that they are a little bit vulnerable, because they're toughness 5 and they've got toughness 5 and 4 wounds and 2 up save, which is nice. But they only have a 6 up invuln, and so if you're running against, say, melter guns or eradicators, something like that, then they are going to be dead pretty quick, unless you've got some kind of solution for that. So I think they kind of need some way of buffing their invuln to at least 5 up. Because I think they are very cool, and I think I've grown to like the models. I always thought they were weird at first, but I kind of do like them now. But yeah, you need to find a way to keep them alive.
They're not very good against things like multi-melters and stuff like that. That's just going to do like a D6 plus something damage. But I think the fact that they're 4 wounds and -1 damage is like ideal against heavy bolters that do 2 damage apiece. Is now woefully inefficient against them. You're going to have to hit them 4 times basically, as opposed to 2. So yeah, their strength and durability is sort of good, but not amazing.
I think it's realistic. I mean, again, it's going to depend on where their points level out in terms of where they actually end up at. But I think if they're appropriate, sorry.
I was going to say the update in the app, they are 240 points for the unit. So that's basically 80 points each. Okay.
80 points each. And what are they coming with as standard for that 80 points?
They come as standard. Well, they can for that 80 points, they can have any of the heavy weapons except the multi-melter. That's the only real difference. They can have either on the kind of shoulder mounted, either the storm bolters or the Paragon grenade launchers. They can have either the Warblade or the War Mace. They can have either the heavy bolter or the Minotaurs Heavy Flamer, and it's an extra 10 points if they want to take the multi-melter.
All right, cool. So there we go. Paragon Warsuits. I don't actually think they're going to be that popular at 80 points, especially with the upgrades and stuff, because I think within the realms of the competitive play, they're not going to interact with terrain quite the way that people want them to. So I can't really see people getting too excited about them. But for normal fun games, I think they've got a lot of application, and I like them as a unit in terms of appearance. But yeah, I don't know if they're going to be overly adopted by the hardcore contingency. Who knows for certain at this point? Phil or Rich? Who was next to pick? Was it Phil or Rich? I would say Phil. Go on, Phil.
I'll go next. I'm going to go for the Celestian Sacrosancts, the replacements for Crusaders, even though they're keeping Crusaders in the book. You can have 4 to 9 of the standard ones plus the Sacrosanct Superior. Movement 6, weapon skill 3+, ballistic skill 3+, strength and toughness 3, 1 wound, 2 attacks, +1 if you have a superior, leadership 8, again +1 if you have a superior, and a 2+ save. A 2+ save.
Are they getting a 2+ save natively, or are they getting that boosted by their boogie board?
Well, this is interesting. So they get the Sacrosanct Shield, which is models in this unit have a 4+ invulnerable save. What I find odd is that they don't have, to me, they should have a regular 3+ save and a Storm Shield, which gives them a 4+ invuln +1 to their save, making it a 2-up in effect. So it's odd that these shields act very differently, and for some reason, even though they're armed in power armor, have a 2+ save. It just seems very odd to me that they've done it that way around.
I assume it's just to make it simple.
I know, but then just do that for all the rules. Do it for the Space Marine rules, for example, as well.
I think I can imagine for Space Marines, because sometimes you get mixed units, and because there's like some of them, some models have got a Storm Shield, some don't. And like with Terminators, for example, they can take a Storm Shield, which will increase their save, whereas this Sacrosanct Shield is only for this model. So I think in terms of the cleanness of a data sheet, is like they have a 2-up save and they've got a 4-up invuln.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure. They're armed with bolt pistols, hallowed mace, frag grenades, crack grenades. They can obviously swap out the hallowed mace for an anointed halberd, and the superior can swap out their mace for a spear of the faithful, and can also take a pistol instead of a bolt pistol. So the anointed halberd is +3. So that's strength 6, -3, 1 damage. The hallowed mace is +2, so only strength 5, -1, but 2 damage. And then the spear of the faithful that the superior can take is +3, the strength 6, -3, 2 damage. So maces for the worse AP, but for the 2 damage. They've got the bodyguard ability, so while a friendly sanctified character or order character is within 3 inches of this unit, enemy models cannot target that character unit with ranged attacks. We've mentioned the Sacrosanct Shield already with 4+ save. They also have the Keepers of the Faith. This unit is eligible to perform heroic interventions as if they were a character. In addition, each time the unit performs a heroic intervention or an enemy unit declares a charge against this unit, while this unit is not within engagement range of any enemy units, this unit can set to defend. If it sets to defend, then until the end of that phase, it cannot fire Overwatch, but until the end of the next fight phase, each time a model in this unit makes a melee attack, add 1 to the attack's hit rolls. So interestingly, this time around, they actually explain what set to defend is. When we looked at the AdMech Codex, they talk about set to defend, but not actually explain what it is. Part of me is like, it's a bit pointless that they say it's set to defend, but then give you the rule. Just either make it a new rule, but I guess you don't want them to stack with set to defend. So yeah, I mean, they seem pretty solid for what they do. As I said, they seem like they're doing the same thing as the Crusaders, but they're just pushing those to one side and giving you something new. You can take them in bigger squads. And they've got shooty pistols as well as shields. So, they seem pretty decent.
I think they're really good. I think this is the unit that the competitive bods are most excited about, because it fulfills all of the important criteria that they love, in so much as they are roadblocky, durable, punchy things that will go through, will phase shift through walls. So yeah, no, from what I understand, from what I have consumed of the competitive folk out there, these are the hot ticket, the fancy thing that you gotta have. So look forward to them being heavily nerfed in less than half a year. But please buy them by the ton now, so as they'll be rubbish in 6 months' time.
So Richard, what are you going to pick?
So for my last pick, I was doing whatever his name is. No, I'm not going to do the Argo Flashlands. I don't. Although for people familiar with the Argo Flashlands, they have changed. They used to be attacks D3, they're now attacks 2, which is interesting. I actually wanted to talk about the Castigator tank.
Which Castigator tank?
It's not actually out yet. At least at the time I'm saying, or up for pre-order. At least at the time I'm saying these words. Or is Dan checking just to see if that's true or not?
No, it's not out. Okay. I don't think they've announced it for pre-order or anything.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll come in a new Kill Team box 6 months down the line.
Oh, Kill Team.
We'll find out.
Alongside Gaunt's Ghosts.
Maybe.
So this is the cool new Rhino chassis tank that's available for the Sisters of Battle. It has a movement of 12, weapon skill 6, ballistic skill 3, strength 6, toughness 7, 11 wounds, 3 attacks, and a 3-up save. So standard kind of Predator chassis stuff there, or not Predator Rhino chassis kind of thing there. Is where it's weapons that are particularly interesting. So it is armed with 3 heavy bolters as standard. You can't change that in any capacity. And 3 heavy bolters, as we know, are pretty good now.
Very good.
It has 2 options for its main gun. It has either the Castigator autocannon, which is what it comes at as default, which is 4d3, strength 7, -1 AP, damage 2. And that's really good. That's actually a lot better than I would have thought. 4D. I mean, it's effectively on the model. It looks like 2 autocannons, but 4d3 shots. That's on average 8 shots.
Yep,
that's really good. I mean, hopefully they do that to anything else that's got autocannons, because autocannons are in that weird place where they don't seem to be good at doing anything.
Yeah, I think it's the 2 shots that kind of makes them slightly not quite good enough. And the AP, so it's AP -1, only 2 shots. But that's their first cannon option, the Castigator autocannons. They also get the Castigator battle cannon, which has two firing modes, as opposed to just 1. There is the Sanctified Shell, which is range 72, heavy D6, strength 9, AP -3, damage 3, and blast. And then the Pyre Shell, which is range 72, heavy 3d3, strength 6, AP -1, 1 damage, blast, and targets do not receive the benefits of cover against that attack. Now this gun is much better than I thought it was going to be. I just figured it'd be some kind of like vague variant on a battle cannon, but it's actually not. It's got battle cannons don't normally have strength 9, do they?
No, they're strength 8.
Strength 8 for the battle cannon.
-2, if I remember rightly, and then it's D3 damage. So yeah, strength 9 is huge. No, that's
strength
really good.
9, -3, flat 3. That's really good. That's a good long range gun. And the Pyre Shell, which is 3d6 shots, so you're going to average out about somewhere like 6 or 7. But
I still think that you're going to take the auto cannons every day of the week, because it synergizes so nicely with the heavy bolters. It just becomes such a DACA tank, because you're blasting out 9 heavy bolter shots, and then you've got potentially 12 autocannon shots.
I mean that's perfect if you just want to kill Marines. What I like about the battle cannon is it gives you this flexibility of having anti-armor and anti-infantry. And I really hope that's what, Lehman Russes get as well, something like this.
Yeah, I understand that side of it. I just think I just like to just specialize, have a thing that does a thing. This thing pumps out maybe as many as 21, damage to -1 AP shots. I mean, that's not bad going, especially when you consider that, again, you can use that ability where you can advance and counter stationary with this tank as well, which is pretty hilariously fun.
Yeah, that's good.
So good movement on it, good firing lines, lots of shots. Win-win.
I think the only drawback with it is that it doesn't have the core keyword, so it doesn't synergize as well with like character buffs. But
yeah,
as a cool new model, I think it's very cool. It's definitely something different. It's very different to what the rest of the army is. I think there's some potential there in its loadout. So I'm keen to find out. I'm just looking at the points cost of it.
How much is it setting you back, the old Castigator?
The Castigator will set you back 160 points, or 165 if you want the battle cannon variant.
I mean, yeah, 160 points.
But do you know what? That's probably cheaper, or if not exactly the same as a Lehman Russ without its sponsons, which is going to be 15 points per heavy bolter for an extra 2. I mean, actually, don't quote me on that, but it used to be something like that.
It's late at night now. It's in fact, it's early in the morning technically. So it's difficult to remember anything at this time. All right, cool. Based on that, let's just wrap this up because I feel like anything we haven't said at this point isn't worth saying. I mean, we've been at this for flipping hours. So let's roll it into the outro here. So look, summary. It was Adepta Sororitas. It's Sisters of Battle. They did great work with it a year and a half ago with its 8th edition incarnation. This is much improved. Lots of nice smoothing out and refinement of certain rules, but definitely, some interesting changes overall. Is it bleeding edge, ultra competitive? I really don't care. It seems fine. Good. There you go. Closing thoughts from me. Phil.
I mean, it seems like it's a bit more balanced and as you said, toned down potentially in certain areas. You know, even though we didn't really look at them too much, it was obviously the Repentia, like the boogeyman of the last book, being really good. And it doesn't seem like they've toned them down all that much, but I guess maybe they just don't have as many stratagems to crazily buff them up like they had before. But overall, looking through it, it's got all the kind of complexities that you sort of expect with the current codexes, like the ability to upgrade stuff. There's going to be a lot of depth in there. But there was nothing where we were rolling our eyes going, this is awful in terms of badly done. But likewise, I mean, obviously things like Morvan Vale are like really good. And there's probably some good combos in there, but nothing that also just seems like so broken. You're like, oh dear God. I think was it Order of the Bloody Rose though seems like to me the easy pick. Like I could just take that one. But then you are really like focusing in on close combat if you're going down that route, which is maybe not what you want to do. So I think there's lots of cool options. I think it's a good book all round for sure.
No, I agree. Richie, closing statements from you, mate?
I think I like the way the book feels balanced more overall. So there's lots of different options you'd want to do rather than being, you're definitely going to be Valorous Heart because otherwise you just won't be able to die. I like all the orders have got lots of cool stuff to them. What I really like is the way the army feels different to the others that there are so far, and it feels very character focused. It's about having an army, but you can have lots of characters in there that have some cool abilities, and you can have fun kind of like having your troops like following them into battle. And I think there's a really cool vibe behind it, and I really like that kind of the kind of unique kind of style it seems to have. So yeah, I really like it. I think it's nice. I'm very excited for it. And I can't wait to finally paint up my Sisters of Battle.
Yeah, man, looking forward to seeing them. But there we go, guys. Hopefully you enjoyed our general summary of Adepta Sororitas. As we said, we missed out quite a few bits there, but it's getting harder and harder to review these things. These books are massive, and we do like to waffle on. But anyway, we're going to move on now to the end of the show. Thanks very much for checking us out. Richie, thank you very much for your contributions. And yeah, transitional noise. Woo! Would you believe it, everyone? It's the end of the show. God blimey. That was a lot of sisters chat. And we didn't even really get to everything, Phil.
Oh, I know. We didn't talk about that old lady Dolores that I like.
Old Lady Dolores. Oh, yeah, the one who hangs out with the banner bearer.
Yeah.
Yeah. I genuinely thought when we were picking units, you would have picked said unit that contained Old Lady Banner combo.
I know, but I wanted to talk about Ephriel Stern, and I quite liked the look of the ones that clearly seem to be replacing the Crusaders, because they should be
the boogie boards,
the boogie board ones, yeah,
the boogie board ladies,
Celestine Sacrosancts, if I can recall correctly.
Exactly. It's almost as if we didn't record that section until a while ago, at the point in which we're recording this film.
But don't let the veil peek open.
Exactly. Don't see behind the beard.
Yes, exactly. The floating beard is there.
Don't poke behind the curtain. You stay away from there. No, just leave it alone. Stop it. Anyway, you might have noticed as well a distinct lack of cluttering and or collective extra noises, as Richie has abandoned us. He's not here in the outro. Exactly. Off he went. We were like, You've made a right old mess of it, mate. Here's the thing, right? So to give you an insight, guys, just give you a fun little thing. When me and Phil do a segment, right, on average, we're pretty much close to one take now. We have like a natural break at about an hour because, we're old men. We got to go to the toilet and refresh our teas and things of that nature. Not that we're refreshing our teas with, anything to do with the contents of what goes towards the toilet, obviously. Although, again, in the fullness of time, it kind of resolves itself that way. But the point is that, normally when we do one of those segments, I get maybe 2, maybe 3 sections that I have to kind of edit together, depending on what happens. Last night's one, not that I should break the illusion of when we did it, but last night's one, Phil, 10 segments I had to chop through and figure out what the heck was going on.
That's quite a lot.
Yeah. So I hope I didn't accidentally leave in anything that I shouldn't have, because that would be funny in a potentially quite terrifying way.
Well, there were a couple of bits where I think Richard asked to cut it out, and you said you would leave it in. So it'd be interesting to know what happens with that one.
I might have left it in. I might not have done. I already edited it. It was one of those things, though, right? It was just, And I'll be honest as well, right? One of the other funny things that's going on with me at the moment is I've played quite a lot of competitive 40k since the rules have changed here in the UK, and there is some leniency in terms of being able to attend small events. So I've gone to a couple one-day tournament events. I have to be honest, I am really struggling with a positive outlook on competitive 9th edition 40k at the moment. I'm in a bit of a slump with it. I'm not loving it. I'm kind of really getting back into the idea of more fun, casual gaming, which is why I've gone heavy into my Grey Shield Space Marine project again, because I'm like, well, nothing competitive about Space Marines anymore. They're just a simple army. I'll just get on with them and have a fun time and wait for Craftworlds to eventually come back, and then maybe go back into competitive play after they've refined the system a bit more. But you're doing some good work in that regard, aren't you, Phil? You're making a plugin for your Beyond the Tabletop to host casual gaming.
Yeah. It's like my secret project that I've been working on this week.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was. Well, no, it's secret.
I thought it's currently secret. Maybe we can tell people what it is. It's basically like a mission generator. It's like imagine the open war cards, but on a website. But
legally distinct.
Well, yes.
Well, maybe not.
Well, the idea is, the design of, for example, the deployment maps look similar, just because I wanted something visually similar so people instantly recognize how it works. For example, I did do a couple of versions where it does look completely different, but anyway, the idea is click, you hit the page, you get a planet. So I've designed a bunch of planets, for example, and then you're going to get like a mission objective, which also is going to have where your objectives are, and then you're going to have a deployment zone, and each of these things get randomly generated, and in addition to that you're going to have a war zone, which is where the battle's set on said planet. So there's potentially a couple of like extra special rules that are going to be in play in addition to your mission rules, as well. So that's the general idea. I'm still sort of sounding out how it's all going to go together. At what point do I separate things out? Do I want to randomly generate all the, because I want a lot of background for like the planet, for example. So do I create all of that bespoke for one particular planet? So I give it a name, I tell it, it's a Forge world, for example, give it a gravity, population, stuff like that.
Nice.
Or do I just randomly generate all of that? So every time you go to a planet, you get a different image of what that planet could look like, a different name, a different type of planet, for example. So that way it's much more procedurally generated potentially. But in a way, I like the idea that they're kind of custom. So you've got a couple of set planets in a couple of set systems, so you could potentially fight over those planets, but in like different zones and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, what might make sense, I don't know if you're doing this already, mate, but I guess like given the fact that we are in a privileged position where we have a community of gamers out there who consume our content, might make sense if there was some kind of like email address or something and we were to share the link and then give people the opportunity to try it out and offer feedback and actually do some R&D on that thing to try.
Yeah, for sure. So I guess the best way to do it is to either hit us up on Instagram, because I manage that one. So look out Sir 40k, or hit my personal account up, which is Beyond the Tabletop on Instagram as well. If you drop me a message, I can send you the link. It's all a bit rough and ready at the moment. It's slowly getting there. But the idea is all the missions will be I'll customize and write my own missions and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And things like that. So it could be interesting. It could be, I think you could get some sort of janky layouts if you get a particular type of deployment zone that doesn't necessarily match with the mission, for example. Yeah. But overall, I want it sort of flexible enough that they should 95% of the time all work, but then you just get something a bit more interesting and you get some nice sort of flavor text and graphics to kind of inspire the mission. I don't know if I want to go down the route of say, oh, you're on a particular planet, so this is the sorts of terrain that we suggest that you use for this mission, for example, because you might end up in that situation where you go, well, I don't own any of this type of terrain, so you're constantly hitting refresh to get one that's more suitable, or maybe you do want that, but it's just a suggested thought for filling your tables.
Well, I think it becomes one of those things, though, right? I suppose over time, depending on the sophistication of what you're able to achieve, you can offer plugins where you're effectively, do you want the planet, or do you just want the mission? And then it just becomes a case of like, well, the planet is superfluous to my requirements. I will just have a link that just takes me through to go, this is the mission and this is the table layout, as in the deployment zones. We're not saying for a moment that we would be looking, or rather Phil would be looking to recommend, terrain layouts. And again, the goal of this is simply to address what we feel like it's certainly something I'm experiencing more and more, which is that the GT mission pack system is great in its time and its place, but I don't feel like it is as user friendly as it could be for pickup games. I think managing all those secondaries, managing all that cognitive load in terms of trying to remember all the different variables is actually quite complicated. So I like the idea of a mission structure like what is being constructed with obviously the open war, but something that's a little bit more automated is quite exciting. So I again, personally for me, I mean, it scratches an itch for me because it definitely delivers me something that I'm interested to play and try, because I think it, as a structure gives something resembling the kind of games that I want to be playing with my friends, because I don't always want to be playing GT Mission Pack 2021 every time that we get together for games, because to be honest with you, it's just too boring. It's the same missions essentially with different secondaries and obviously time and a place, but for what I'm looking for, I think this works great for me. Obviously that's very similar to yourself because you wouldn't be doing it otherwise. So if it's if it has value to us, I'm sure it has value to some of our listeners, and if it doesn't, fine, don't use it. But if you'd like to give it a try, reach out to us and we'll share the links, and maybe there's an opportunity as well for collaboration, in so much as maybe Phil's not absolutely able to write the best fluff in the world to describe a planet. So maybe there's someone out there who wants to, flex their creative writing skills and contribute some text, or come up.
I
with
think in
ideas,
general, I think there's some different routes of like going down in terms of how to lay out or how to break down the mission. So in open war, for example, you've got your mission, that's one thing. You've got your deployment zone, that's another thing. And then you've got like your twist, which is your sort of theme that makes the game slightly different. So it's a dense fog, so the maximum range of all your weapons is 18 inches, for example, or it's a high gravity world, so everyone's -1 movement or something like that. So there's a couple of those, and then that's kind of it. You've then got two. Actually, we explained this a bit earlier, didn't we, when we were talking with Richard? There's things like sudden death as well, which is. And there's another one, if you've got more points than your opponent, you get an extra card, which you can do. So stuff like that's kind of interesting. I sort of feel like I want to break that down even further, and so there's a couple more random elements to it. And even if some of it's just background flavor, a bit more of a not just this is the mission, but a bit more of a context of why you're fighting. What one of the things I want to be is like, what are the objectives? What do they represent? Are they cargo containers? Are they generators? Are they, an injured person that you've got to recover, for example? So I want something like that also added in. So you've got a bit more of a thematic representation of what these objective markers are on the
you like a bit of flavor text, right? Something to set a scene and create just create something meaningful behind the game. Because I think that's one of the things. You know what? It's funny. I was having this conversation with Tom the other day. Tom from Rapid Fire Wargaming, name drop there. But I was talking to him about it, and it's funny actually. And again, I don't know whether it's indicative of my own gameplay experience recently, but it certainly was an inspiration around actually just diving in on the Unnumbered Sons army list that I'm working on, the Grey Shields, because all too often now I'm finding that people aren't really, or at least in my experience, people are less likely to come up with ideas for army lists because of fun thematic ideas. And I feel like that's something that that really struck a chord with me, because it's something that used to really spark my imagination as a young hobbyist. The idea of like, I'm going to build a guard army built around like an aquatic strike force, so it's all going to be chimeras because they're able to traverse through rivers and sea, and the idea of building armies with a theme. Like, I'm going to do a drop pod Space Marine army list, which is like a shock assault squad army list that's built around this theme. I'm going to do a Dark Angels army themed around, well, I suppose that is happening now with like Deathwing, but it's happening more for competitive reasons than necessarily fluffy reasons. And I think that's the thing. I'm sort of reconnecting with my hobby roots at the moment and starting to reevaluate my appraisal of, or my opinion, of competitive play and its relevance and importance to me at this point in my time with the hobby. Because I've played 2 tournaments and I just didn't enjoy them. I just find the competitive side of 40k at the moment a bit unengaging for me. It's just very, I don't know. It's not something I'm loving right now. I don't want to be negative about it, but I'm just not there yet. But maybe one day, maybe when the Elder get a book, I'll finally get on board. But until then, I'm gonna go stinking casual for a bit, I think.
Brilliant. I'll rope you into some Crusade games and we can finally see what that's all about.
Hey, I genuinely, I'm up for that. I think, and I like, as I say, I really like the idea of this Grey Shields list, because what I love about it is that it's an excuse for being able to use any army that I want, because the Unnumbered Sons are made up of all the Loyalist chapters. It's essentially what Guilliman, used during the beginnings of the Indomitus Crusade, and it was just basically all of the Primaris Marines taken from all of the Loyalist chapters, hanging out with Guilliman and smashing their way through the universe. And the idea of having an army comprised of Dark Angels, Blood Angels, Imperial Fists, Space Wolves, and then being able to just go, cool, today this will be a Space Wolves army because here is a Space Wolves character and then everything else is everything else. And yeah, I like that efficiency.
Yeah, there's so I'm listening to The Avenging Sun at the moment, which is the first book in, was it Dawn of Fire, which is like the Horus Heresy series, but for the current 40k lore.
Yeah.
And in that, it's basically, you see Gilliman first show off the Primaris Marines, or he gets called to do it to basically all the High Lords of Terror, all the important people on Terror, to be like, this is the gift that I'm giving everyone. And there's some interesting talk in that, and I think they talk about it in one of the other books, maybe Dark Imperium. And Cool speculates that the original legions were never meant to be fighting as standalone legions. Each legion has a particular kind of character trait and a specialism, but they were actually meant to potentially actually fight alongside each other, a bit more mixed, a bit like the Unnumbered Sons, and a bit like, kill teams, for example. Bringing those specialisms together. And Cool, I think, in this book says it's basically because the Primarchs got scattered through across the galaxy, that basically put an end to that idea of being able to do that, because what ended up happening is everybody had to go around, find all of the Primarchs, and in doing so kind of gave them their legions, and that was it. They kind of just got stuck with them, not necessarily stuck per se, but yeah, it kind of put an end to the idea of they should be a bit more a team effort in terms of how the legions work. So that was a nice little bit I thought was good.
Oh, awesome, man. Anyway, there we go. There's a bit of general rattling off a bunch of things that's been going on with us lately. Should we try and answer some of our delightful community questions?
Yeah, we've actually got quite a few.
Oh, lovely. Well, I don't know how long we've run for now, but I'd like to try and keep the pod south of 4 hours, maybe on the 4-hour cusp. So let's see what happens here. Maybe people will appreciate a more than 4-hour episode, but I've still got to edit and upload it before tomorrow morning, so maybe not.
I'll do a couple of quick ones that are nice and easy. Ryan Lewis on Instagram says, have you guys brung back the quiz yet? Loved that. Yes, we did it once. God, I can't remember what episode now. Maybe 5 episodes ago.
Yeah, it was a while ago. The quiz is a thing that we love and we want to do more of, but the problem always comes back to arranging it with everyone. Because obviously if it was just me and Phil, it doesn't really work. So we need to make sure that we've got other contributors, and Richie has to do a lot of work to make that happen. And he's been very busy in his personal life as of late. So, having him on the pod today was fantastic, but it's difficult to nail him down and then for him to put the work in.
Yeah, I think it's
but not
also
blaming it on him specifically.
I think it's also a matter of just trying to find an episode when there's nothing more relevant to talk about. So at the moment, there's just so much. We had a bit of a dry spell briefly, but then it's like there's so much 40k content at the moment. It's like Codexes are coming out our ears at the moment that obviously we've got to talk about. And then there's loads of other things that Games Workshop keep throwing our way as well. So at some point, I'm sure, because Dominion's coming out at the moment for AOS 3, I think they're slowed down the 40k releases for a couple of weeks. So that'll probably give us a chance to put a quiz together over the next few episodes.
I really hope so. I have lofty aspirations around episode 100 in that regard, seeing as that's within
10 away.
Yeah. I know, man. It's quite crazy. A big part of me wants to do it live, but I know that's mad.
Yes, that is mad.
But I do want to do it.
I mean, yeah, I guess we could. Do you mean like live with an in-person audience, or do you mean like a Twitch stream, YouTube live?
I mean live with an audience, yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's just mad. That's mad.
Why? Why is that mad?
That's just a lot of effort.
I know, but that's 100 episodes.
Put it out there if people want it.
I have just put it out there.
Maybe we'll make it happen.
Well, here's the thing, right? So quite conveniently for us, just to say, episode 100 goes out on the August bank holiday weekend. I checked. I did the maths. So tomorrow, the 19th, or today, at the point it goes out, is the 19th of June. So that's episode 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. Yeah, August bank holiday weekend.
Well, people don't have anything better to do on a bank holiday weekend. They can ignore their family and come hang out with us.
I suppose the logic, though, would be that the episode would go out on the August bank holiday weekend, so we wouldn't be able to make it part of the August bank holiday weekend.
Oh, wait, so it's not live. It's recorded in front of a studio audience, is what you're saying, but pre-recorded.
I don't know. See, I am torn. I'm torn between both variables. I like the idea of it going out live, but then to keep with continuity, we have to do it on a Saturday morning, and I'm not sure how many people want to come at 8 o'clock in the morning when we normally go live, but then maybe people will accept the fact that we'll go out at like midday just to do it live. But then I'd have to find a venue, I'd have to find a band, I'd have to find a brass band specifically to do the intro music. But I can source all of that. I can make it happen. It's just it costs a lot of money. Maybe we'll need to start a Patreon just for that, or sell tickets.
Yes, yeah, or maybe the ticket includes a T-shirt which with a bit of markup to cover our costs. Maybe that's how it works. So they're getting something out of it as well. It's not just
they get to attend the live thing and they can touch your face.
If that's allowed.
Oh God, no!
If Boris says it's allowed, then yes.
If Boris says it's allowed, it's going to be in his next update. And Phil from the Lookout Sir 40k podcast, totally fair enough to touch his face.
Just touch it.
Yeah, just touch it.
Right. So after that, we'll move on to the next question. Another quick one. Apparently, that was quick. Cantor Blue says, "Nuns with guns. Who cares? Give me orcs and 2 wound space marines, chaos space marines to be particular."
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
I mean,
he's a broken record, isn't he, old Cantor Blue?
I mean, we're not Games Workshop. We can't help him, but I appreciate.
I mean, I'd give him to you right now. I'd just say, just play your Chaos Space Marines with 2 wounds and just chance it. See if anyone notices.
True. We've got 2-bit paints. He says, "I've only skimmed the rule section. They look good, with lots of different ways of playing them. Missionaries and preachers having the same loadout as the 2 from Blackstone Fortress characters is interesting. Like the Admech character, it looks like these might be sold separately in the future." That's interesting. I didn't notice the loadouts the same, but I did notice the absence of the missionary character from Blackstone Fortress isn't in there, unlike Daedalus, who was. But as we mentioned, he's actually still being sold.
Well, the Daedalus has now become
Archeo.
Something, whatever. Words.
They're like techno-archaeologists, or
yeah, that was
like
it.
That.
Something to do with archaeology, I'm sure.
But he's sold in that combat arena game that's only sold in America and Germany. Whereas the missionary priest and even the one with the chainsword and flamer one aren't sold anywhere. You can't get hold of them. So I guess that's why they're not in here. But bit of a shame. But as 2-bit paints alludes to, maybe the loadout sort of happened to match up with some of those really old metal models. And this is something we talked about briefly off air after the recording yesterday. And that is the downside of the book is all the missionary elements. There, with the exception of like the Pentant engine and the mortar factor and the archoflagellants. So that's 3 units, and one of them's a dual kit. All the missionary stuff is super old models, really outdated, effectively all metal/fine cast. And it's a bit of a shame I haven't really done much with that. And it's a bit like the Admech Codex with the Mechanicus side. They haven't really had much love. And the Skitarii has all the synergies. This book has the Adepta Sororitas has all the synergies, and the missionary stuff is kind of lacking, unfortunately.
Hashtag Codex Surf, right?
Hashtag Codex Surf, yeah. Still posting some odd images from artwork for that.
Yeah. I mean, it's not surprising that they didn't want to include rules for the Blackstone models, just because of the fact that they are quite old now. And Blackstone Fortress always seems to be around, though. Like I always see it in Games Workshop stores. Like it hasn't been that successful that it's impossible to track it down. But yeah, it's a lot of money to pay for a couple characters. So yeah, no, good observation. Yeah. Next.
Let's go for Kevin James. He says, so far really enjoying the new codex. What's your take on lids out for the war? What's your take on lids out for the war suits and the sacrosancts? Not quite sure what he means. How do you guys arm them? Oh, take on loadouts. I think he means loadouts. All right, that makes more sense.
Okay.
How do you arm them, and how many would you take in a 2,000 point list? So I think we both said they're pretty good. War suits potentially can be fragile, but I would definitely take at least one squad of them, and the sacrosancts also a big squad of them as well.
Yeah, I think the sacrosancts are immediately again. It really depends on what your aspirations are for these units. Are you looking to play in highly optimized competitive play, or are you looking to play for funsies? Whichever way, the sacrosancts are definitely the stronger of the two. They fulfill a lot of helpful archetypes that really assist you in a game of competitive 9th edition. That is to say that they are very durable with their 2+ save and their 4+ invuln, and they also have a good level of combat efficiency, which is a perfect combination in terms of what is good in the competitive space. The Nundums, as some people call them, the mechanized, Adepta Sororitas unit, I think is still good, and I think actually has a lot of viability in more casual play. But I think if you are trying to go quite competitive, I'd be surprised to see that unit really deliver over and above. I mean, the other thing you got to be really mindful of is that each one of those is a vehicle. So if you were, for example, to take 10 of them, even though, Bring It Down or whatever it's called now, Big Game Hunter only rewards you 1 victory point for killing each of those. If you take enough of them, it's going to start, adding up. Personally, I actually put a lot of emphasis on the new tank, the Castigator. No, is it Castigator, Phil?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, with the autocannon heavy bolter build, I think that's actually really strong, especially if you're going to be using it as the order that enables you to advance and counter stationary. Because obviously at that point you're going to be getting some really good firing lines on that and doing a lot of damage. And damage 2, although obviously not crazy useful against the Death Guard opponents out there, is still pretty good in a lot of matchups. And I like it. I like that tank. I think that tank's got a lot of opportunities. But even then, I would only take 1. I think, spamming those kind of units, it'd have to be a very extraordinary unit to want to spam it, which I think potentially the Boogie Board Sisters might be. But there you go. There's my thoughts and feelings on it. Noting that I'm very bad at competitive 40k right now, so don't entirely trust what I say, because I don't have the credentials I used to.
No, exactly. I know. So next one up is my favourite Sisters player, Pastor_Levac. What
makes this individual your favourite?
Well, if you look on his Instagram, his Sisters army is stunning. It's painted in.
Is that just the criteria?
Oh, he's a nice chap as well. He sent me some bits.
Oh, you know him personally?
Well, as much as you can do for someone that lives in Australia that you speak to on Instagram. So yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. So you're broadly assuming, based on some Instagram back and forth, that this is the best Sisters player that you know of. Not in terms of technical prowess, but just fun and enjoyability as an opponent.
Yeah. Sorry, Richard.
Okay.
But yeah.
That's a very good point. I didn't even think about that. Poor old Rich.
Okay. Right. Anyway, lovely army. Very well painted. Very grimdark, which always ticks my box. So he says, really enjoying this codex. There was a bit of grumbling from some Sisters players. I don't know if you can hear that dog barking in the background.
I can, but sometimes the edit deals with that. So
it's a very happy dog. Anyway, a bit of grumbling from Sisters players as some units took a little bit of a nerf. But I think it brings a nice balance and means we won't see the same Bloody Rose, Valoros Heart lists. A bit similar to the Admech Codex, lots of variety in combos to try to explore. The Arco Flagellants and Penitents look a lot tastier this time around. See, that's why I like him. And I'm a bit perplexed at the cost for the immolators, which make me shed holy tears of sadness. Also, Tabletop Journeys did a shout out for the Penta engines. He says they look like a hell of a lot of fun to play. I like those units. I think they're gorgeous. I really love the missionary side of stuff. If I ever was to collect it, I would do a small force of them, maybe to go alongside my Inquisition, for example, and my Guard and things like that. So, interestingly, he talks about the immolator going up in price. I didn't notice that, but maybe it's a tad on the expensive side.
Yeah, I'm not. Hang on 2 seconds as I grab the book, which is by my side.
Let's see if I can beat you
far away, back where it should be.
Using the app.
Oh yes, the app would make sense as well. You know, I haven't actually put my code into the app yet, so I probably should do that at some point.
100. Oh, it's only 125 points.
The immolator.
Yeah,
it's 120 points in the book.
But is that including the weapon options?
No, with the weapon options, 130 points.
Oh. Equipped with immolation flamers and a heavy bolter. Yeah, so 2d6 strength 5 -1 damage. Yeah, I mean it's not super cheap. I'm trying to think how much a hellhound is. In fact, why don't I just look it up while I'm here? Aren't
immolators weird though, because aren't they toughness 8?
Oh, hellhound's 100 points. So actually, actual hellhound 110.
Oh no, they are toughness 7. And so is the Exorcist. Why did I feel like those were toughness 8? Anyway, it doesn't matter.
I shouldn't be because they're on a rhino.
Oh yeah, try and say that to the hunter and the stalker. They're based on rhinos with a toughness 8.
Well, I can't help you there.
Well, you're not helping me there. I'm just pointing out your incorrectness.
Fair enough. Yeah. Let's move on to Folkstorm. He says, love the sisters, primarily the main troops though. Repentia and Arco-Flagellants are super grimdark, but I do prefer them in a more subtle narrative manner, like back in the old 54mm Inquisitor style game. Don't fancy the new suits. Beautiful sculpts for sure, but just not to my taste. As an army, I think they seem good. Interesting synergies in the right hands, but from what I've seen, it takes a capable player to really make them work. I think that might be a general thing for a lot of armies, especially the new codexes like the AdMech, for example, because of those layers of combos. There's a lot to one think about, but two, there's a lot of spinning plates, as they say.
The game is much more complicated than it's ever been. I know people used to grumble about 7th edition, but 7th edition's got nothing on this. This game is the most complicated it's ever been. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it is a thing. But yeah, no, but overall, I like the Sisters book. I look at it and I think to myself, there's loads of ideas here. And there's lots of opportunities for me to kind of express myself as a player, which I love about all the books now. They're just really good. They're just really bad from the perspective of trying to review them succinctly in a review format with 3 people. But part of that, big fan.
That's true. Next one we've got, this is an interesting question, 40k_take_2, as in TWO. He says, can you talk through troop choices, please? I'm a bit stumped as the options seem pretty limited. So I'm just flicking through the book to see...
Well, they've got one option, right? They've just got sister squads or whatever they're called.
See, I think you're right because I've clearly gone past it.
Yeah. I mean, they're not a bit limited. They are incredibly limited. But then
They've got a lot of elites.
They do have a lot of elites. And they have a lot of HQs.
Yeah.
And they have a lot of characters.
Oh my God, yeah. So they have Battle Sister Squad. That is it. That is your one troop choice. I guess the thing is here is you probably want to deviate out either with different detachment types other than the standard battalion, or you want to take things that don't cost anything in terms of a detachment slot. So I think, for example, you could probably take priests, and priests will unlock certain things for
3, for example. I'm just trying to see. So, for example, Archoflagellants have the Ecclesiarchy Battle Conclave. If your army is battle forged, then for each detachment that includes a Cult Imperialist Priest unit, one Archoflagellant unit can be included in that detachment without taking up a battlefield role slot. They're an elite. As we said, there's tons of elite options. Things like Crusaders also have that rule as well.
There is the added flexibility of taking that really awful model. What's it called again now? The Ludwig van Sororitas model. You know, the really terrible one with the crazy Ludwig van Beethoven hair and the weird stick. You're going to make me look in the book again.
Yeah, I think I know who you mean, yeah.
But you don't know what name is. Hang on. I would say, basically the one that can give units OBSEC.
The Dogmata one.
The Dogmata, there we go. I assume you're right. I don't know if you are. I'm trying
the one with the mace
yes.
in the weird pose.
Yes, the Dogmata one, the one with the awful model. So, you know, obviously, because I would say with Adepta Sororitas, you'd probably be looking at multiple patrols. But that depends on how many elites that you're looking to gain access to. And I think that's one of the things you've got to remember about battalions is battalions have 6 elites.
Yeah, 6. So it's quite a lot, actually. It's like the most, other than obviously troops. Because everyone thinks
then
you got to
take your... But then you got to take your 3 sister squads. But I don't think that's the end of the world because they are still pretty good. It's just, I agree. Like they could do with another troops choice. I don't know which or what that could be. But they definitely feel like they need
I'm sort of surprised there isn't a missionary squad that is troops, for example. Because it forces you down a particular play style of you've pretty much got, unless you're doing, as you said, like even patrols still need 1 troop choice, though, don't they?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, you want 1, but like basically you just don't want 3 units of them. So if you did like 2 patrols, then you just have 2 units of them. But maybe you do. Again, it's just limiting, isn't it? It's just a bit of a bother.
I mean, in a 2,000 point game, 3 squads, I don't think is the end of the world.
No, I agree.
And that still unlocks an awful lot of fun stuff because you can obviously take 6 elite squads, but then a bunch of those you can take for free, not for free, but they don't take up a detachment slot, so you can get even more. And I think their main limitation probably you're going to struggle with is the wanting more characters than the 3 that you can fit in your battalion.
Yeah. Well, I suppose they're going to put more than Val in a Supreme Command detachment,
True.
Right? So
and then you maybe have another detachment with.
You're gonna you're almost certainly gonna go Supreme Command detachment more than Val, 1 detachment of something and 1 detachment of something else. Whether that is a battalion and a vanguard, or whether that's a battalion and a patrol, whatever it ends up being. It's I think it's probably what you're going to see most Sisters players using. Phil, I reckon that's enough. Unless there's anyone else you want to call out now.
Oh, there was one on Facebook that was interesting from a guard perspective. Kind of throw in a bit of guard chat. Let me see if I can find the actual post as we do a smooth transition.
So smooth, buttery smooth. I apologize, Phil. I kind of put you on the spot there. You know, you were possibly under the impression we were going to keep on going, but time's marching on. I still need to edit this thing, so I'm going to have to pump the brakes. Okay, here we go.
We actually had quite a lot on Facebook as well.
Oh, really? We'll just have to address those questions next week then. But we will do the guard one now, and we'll get back to the rest of you next week, we promise.
Oh, weirdly, for some reason it got split out into 2 posts. Okay, right. It's
War and Peace.
Basically, so Stu, that's it. Stu, Anthony, Patrick. He says, now that we've seen the stats for the new Sisters Tanks battle cannon, do you think Guard will get something similar for the Lehman Russ? Also, a 5-woman squad of Dominions in a Rhino give the Rhino a pre-game move. Putting 5 Repentia in the Rhino with them gives them a 6-inch pre-game move plus disembark plus normal move. First turn Repentia, the new norm? ? I've seen that one talked about in terms of
loading up a Dominion squad in a Rhino, getting the pre-game move off and having something else in that transport. I sort of feel like that should be FAQ'd to not happen, and that they should only get the pre-game move if only Dominion squad is in there, because otherwise you can get those kind of slightly janky combos of Repentia or other units going in there to get that extra movement, which I feel isn't how it's meant to be intended. As for the battle tank or battle cannon, we sort of talked about it when we reviewed the Castigator. I love the dual profile. Some of the Forge World Macarius tanks have that sort of flexibility as well. So yeah, I'd really like the Leman Russ to get that. Whether it will or not, who knows, because they do seem to love going down this route of renaming every single thing so each faction has a different flavor of it. It's very rare, with the exception of things like, bolt weapons, where it's pretty consistent across. And even then, like in this edition with Sisters, they've got a special version of a Stormbolter, so their Stormbolter is different from a regular Stormbolter. So who knows? It'd be great if they did that dual profile for Guard. What do you think, Dan?
Yeah, I think, obviously there's a lot of very good, omens for Guard players in terms of what they've given the Sisters. I think, again, one of the universal problems with the Guard has always been that I feel like the writers are always very limited in their ideas when it comes to coming up with fun, interesting things for the Guard to do, because ultimately they are, the ragtag group of, galaxy defenders or whatever. The Guard, though they are, this incredible militant force, their key kind of USP narratively is that they are, more numerous, is essentially over and above being kind of heroic. And I think this is often the thing when it comes to depicting Sisters or Adeptus Astartes or even the Mechanicus, right? There's a lot of kind of baked in kind of supernatural heroism with these armies and these ideas, whereas a Guard army is made up of regular people with guns of varying shapes and sizes. And I think that's often one of the things that often becomes interesting, because I feel like the writers, when they're trying to come up with ideas for Guard, feel limited by the reality of, human limitations. Whereas when they're writing rules or doing things for Sisters or Space Marines, they can plug in all the weird supernatural elements, which, elevate things. And that often feels like the weird dynamic, because they have to kind of come up with orders or come up with other kind of mechanics that represent the whole fighting force. But from an equipment perspective, obviously I can accept that the Guard wouldn't be getting as good a set of equipment as the Sisters would, but I don't feel like we should be in a situation where they are completely opposed or completely too far apart. I would like to see Guard benefiting from some of these rules, but how that'll pan out, we'll wait and see. But
that reminds me very much of a Krieg meme I saw just yesterday. It's I think it's a commissar shouting at a Kriegsman saying, "The enemy is shooting black holes at us, and you bring me an 18th century cannon." And that does sum it up.
Yeah, but it's true though, right? And I think that's one of the things that I've often found really interesting about Guard is that, again, it was always one of the things I found really interesting about the Elder, is because the Elder is such a fantastical, race of creatures that essentially have technology so incredible it may as well be magic. They can do all sorts of wibbly stuff because they're Elder, and they've got all the, they're a supernatural force. Whereas, because obviously you've got a bunch of human beings writing rules for a bunch of human beings, you immediately understand the limitations of that thing. And I think there is a bias as a result, a negative bias towards the Guard, because of the fact that they, the rules writers feel limited in terms of how much they can do with them.
Yeah.
Because we know that... Sorry, Phil.
I was going to say, I think in older editions, they did seem to get it right. There was a lot more kind of war gear flexibility. So, for example, some of the Krieg mortars, I think the heavy mortars and maybe even the thud gun, you could have different types of mortar shells or gas canisters and things like that. So you don't just have one profile, you can have a couple that do extra benefits, like poisonous gas, for example. Why not? Because that did exist. And things like you used to have camo netting for your vehicles to give them, I think it was like an extra, always count as in cover, for example, for your vehicles. And that was like super useful and sort of still very realistic and grounded, but gave them lots of different options. And, the orders are one of the few things that still sort of exist that is good, but really appropriately thematic for them. I'd just like to see them do more of those sorts of things.
Yeah, I think there's definitely something that could be done there, but we'll wait and we'll see. All right, mate. That'll do, I reckon. Thank you very much for checking out episode 90. Really appreciate the support and obviously you being here all the way till the end. Assuming you did do that.
Pat on the back if you've made it this far. Well done, you.
Well done, you. I don't know what you win. Maybe an Adepta Sororitas Codex if you go onto Instagram, because Phil's giving away a partially damaged, Adepta Sororitas.
I am. I'll get on that now for when this comes out.
There you go. Awesome. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye-bye.